Yes. Good morning, Omsak. Good morning, Omsak. I miss you.
One, two. I'm so short. I don't think people can see me. Good people, can you see me now? Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for all of you being here. So today we are going to do the workshop. We are going to be sharing our ideas regarding this department of ours, which is social development. But before we get any further, can we just bow our heads and do a moment of silence? Thank you very much. My name is Councillor Thabisile Vilakazi. There is borrowed from the chairperson of this portfolio for Fela. So yeah. So today it's not a normal Section 79 meeting, but rather a workshop whereby we're going to workshop each other regarding this portfolio, some challenges, some good ideas, and, so that when we go out of here, we'll be having those ideas to go and implement in our facilities, in our wheresoever where we are. So we have invited today stakeholders, and whereby we'll be engaging on homelessness and NPOs. And we have invited the province as well. So as time goes, we'll let you know as to what is happening. We will request that from now, I'm handing it over to our chairperson. Our chairperson is going to tell us what to do, and then we'll carry on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Vilakazi. You are welcome. And good morning to everyone. And thank you for honoring the invitation. Today's programs, we are going to speak about the homelessness, the issue that is in our hearts as a committee, Section 79 committee, the oversight committee. We are just going to start our program, and we apologize for being late to start. The program was scheduled for 9, and we were waiting for some councillors to arrive. And thank you for the presenters who honored the invitation who are here. My name is Councillor Rebecca Munchusi. I'm the chairperson of Community and Social Development in the city of Tshwane. And now we will just request our speaker, Councillor Mzwanana, to welcome everybody and open this officially. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you? How are you? We're good. It's early in the morning. Okay, thank you very much. A program director, chair of chairs, section 79, from Community and Social Development, Councillor Rebecca, the chairperson. Section 79 committee members for Community and Social Development. Gauteng Provincial Government, Northern Corridor Director, Zitwao Makavu. If I'm not pronouncing your surname or your name correctly, please forgive me. Representatives of the UNISA, University of Pretoria, Remembrance Mukwena, representatives from the City of Tshwane, Community and Social Development Department, representative from the NPO, Youth for Survival, City of Tshwane officials, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to extend a warm welcome to all of you as we gather here today to discuss one of the most urgent social challenges facing not only the City of Tshwane, but the whole country: homelessness. Look around our vibrant cities, Tshwane, including where we have South Africa's largest metropolitan homeless population. We see individuals sleeping in doorways, under bridge, in parks. These are not statistics. They are people who neighbors, our family members, our friends. Their presence is a stark, uncomfortable reminder that within our prosperous social days exist deep, impoverished, vulnerable. Addressing the challenges of homelessness for us would mean restoring the dignity of our people. It would also mean that every person is able to meet the most fundamental human needs. As we know, these needs form the foundation of Maslow heritage of needs, and without them, no individual can thrive. Contribution meaningful to the society, imagine a better future. We must first challenge the harmful myth that homelessness is a personal feeling, a matter of poor choices. That narrative is not only false but also dangerous. The truth is that the path of homelessness is often paved by forces far beyond an individual control, such as economic drivers, social and personal trauma, systemic inequality. The impact is devastating. It is a daily struggle for survival, exposing individuals to violence, health crisis, and constant uncertainty. It is a life stripe of privacy, security, and simple comfort of looking at the door. While the latest numbers of homeless may fluctuate, the reality is that this population continues to grow, driven in part by urban migration as people arrive in Tshwane in search of opportunities. For many people, especially our youth, those opportunities remain out of reach, leading them to the street and leaving them vulnerable to a range of social and economic hardship. As the City of Tshwane legislature, we recognize that we cannot overcome these challenges alone. Homelessness is a complex and layered, and for us to properly address it. We need collaboration efforts by all spheres of government, including the NPOs. This is precisely why together our Section 79 Committee on Community and Social Development, we have taken the initiative to convene today's engagement. Through our Section 79 on Community and Social Development, we seek not merely to perform oversight, but to actively participate in shaping sustainable, coordinated responses to homelessness. The committee's mandates call for strong facilitation, vigilant monitoring, and ensuring that the resources are declared where they are most needed. By convening this platform, we are strengthening our intergovernmental relations and reaffirming our shared commitment to collaborate as government. Guided by the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act, I am confident that our discussion here today will bring us closer to meaningful and practical solutions that protect the vulnerable, restore dignity, and move our municipality forward. I wish you well during today's discussion. I hope that today we can continue to work together as comprehensive strategy to address this complex change of homelessness through a combination of immediate relief and long-term systematic solution. I thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you so very much, Baru Speaker. Amazwi ayasikhuthaza. So we are going to move on. At the moment, let me welcome our MMC, Mamodise. She has just joined us. Thank you so much, Mama. Siyabonga. And then I'll take this opportunity and then hand it over to our chairperson and address us on the purpose of the day. Thank you.
Good morning once again, colleagues, councillors, our presenters. The house is so cool, so quiet. Can we all say Pula?
Aine.
Pula.
Aine.
I didn't hear Pula that side. Can we say Pula? Thank you so much. I'm just going to present to you the reason why we are here, the purpose of this engagement, and greetings again to everyone. This stakeholder engagement arises as a formal resolution by the Committee on Community and Social Development in the city of Tshwane, following months of oversight engagements that have left councillors with more questions than answers. These unanswered questions translate into councillors returning to their communities and constituencies unable to provide clarity, solutions, or progress on matters of service delivery that affect the most vulnerable amongst us, the homeless. According to the 2022 census, the city of Tshwane is home to an estimated 55,719 homeless individuals. These are not merely statistics. They are our brothers and sisters who arrive in our city from both near and far with hopes of better opportunities. Many flew abusive homes, unsafe communities, or socio-economic devastations. Yet upon arrival in the city that promises much on paper, they find themselves excluded from key decisions related to employment opportunities, access to basic service and health care. Councillors have repeatedly encountered pillar-to-post governance gaps when attempting to defend and support the defenseless. At municipal level, funding and resource channels are limited to or non-existent. At provincial level, although civil society organizations are funded for homelessness interventions, the operation channels are poorly integrated, resulting in delayed support, fragmented implementation, and ineffective coordination. Non-profit organizations, which are NPOs, form the backbone of community interventions, continue to face funding delays, zoning challenges, and service bills that hinder their much-needed work. Meanwhile, municipalities often develop policies that remain theoretical and unimplemented, primarily due to budget constraints. Gauteng province, on the other hand, often intervene only when crises have escalated beyond control. It is within this reality that the importance of this stakeholder engagement becomes clear. This gathering is a necessary step towards moving away from the governance model that is good on paper but weak in execution. It calls on all spheres of government and civil society to call action-driven, coordinated, and aligned through the principle of intergovernmental relations and inclusive stakeholder engagement. Despite existing limitations, we have observed a sincere commitment amongst stakeholders to do the work. However, this commitment requires structured collaboration, shared purpose, and mutual accountability. We cannot continue pointing fingers. We must find one another, strengthen our communication channels, and hold each other to task. The Department of Community and Social Development in the city of Tshwane will outline a clear practical picture of the current state of homelessness in Tshwane. A University of Pretoria will provide a scientific statistic account that will validate our shared concerns. The Gauteng provincial government will clarify mandates and responsibilities across different spheres of government, acting as a navigator for effective service delivery. Civil society and NPOs will provide lived experience perspective that humanize what is too often treated as a policy issue on paper. This engagement aims to build a coherent, actionable, and intergovernmental response to homelessness, one grounded in partnership, accountability, and urgent need to protect and uplift the most vulnerable members of our society. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We thank you. Yeah, indeed, if you hear from the two speeches, which is from the speaker and from the chairperson, you can really realize that we're still a little bit far from where we want to be. So more especially when getting into or talking about homelessness. So there's a lot that we need to share to make sure that we overcome this kind of a problem or monster. Thank you so much. Let me say this, that the MMC said you should not be surprised. She might be leaving a little bit earlier. So let's not be surprised when she stands up and go to attend on other matters. Thank you. It looks like we are now going to have some tea before we start with all our presentation. Let me get one of our officials to come and direct us as to where exactly we're supposed to go. One of our officials, you can speak where you are.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Program Director. The canteen, apparently food and drinkables are not allowed up here. So I don't know, Ma'am V, in terms of what time have you allocated for the tea?
Because time is against us already, we're going to allocate only 15 minutes to go.
Okay.
Yeah, we must be back in 15 minutes.
Okay,
We must
so-
be all back here.
The canteen is down there by the ground floor, just by the corner. What we'll do is that together with my colleagues, we'll just help you guys navigate. But we go down to the ground floor and then to the right wing, and then there's a canteen there, and then there's tea and fruit for those of you who prefer. Thank you very much.
I would suggest that you can even take the lead. We'll follow you so that we make sure that we don't waste any further time in this. Thank you.
Councillors, it's time for tea. I know that you're not used to get tea at this time when you are in a meeting. So go for tea and come back in 15 minutes.
Thank you very much for coming back. I hope we are all back. I don't see MMC. Is MMC still around? Okay.
Speak outside.
Okay. Just a reminder, colleagues, I hope everyone has signed the attendance register outside before you enter. If you didn't sign the attendance register, may you kindly do so for us so that we can know who's here from where. Now, I think we can continue with our program. If we have more of people who were invited that we didn't see, can we ask all the presenters to raise their hands so that we can know who's here before we start? We have all the presenters that were invited. Even if you were not invited, you are welcome. Can you raise your hand? Let us know that you've joined us. You are welcome. Thank you so much. We are going to start with our presentations. Over to you, Program Director. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope everybody's back now. So without any further waste of time, we're going to get back to our program. We're now going to move to the presentation that will be speaking to the policy framework and development on homelessness and stakeholder engagement with NPOs. So it is going to be presented by one of our directors coming from the Department of Social and Development here in the city of Tshwane. We have Director Tiniko Maluleke. You may please come forth. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you again. We just want to request, when you are here as a presenter, can you please come forward and join us on this table so that we can fast track our program? It's Friday. Some of you have got important issues to attend to. Councillor Mulochwa, I didn't see you. You are welcome. Can we ask the presenters to come forward and join us on this table before we continue with Ntate Tiniko Maluleka, so that we can see you? You are here with us. And I just wanted to make you aware that the MMC is gone. She requested to leave early. She has some commitments. Can you please come forward and join us here on the table? You are welcome. Ntate Tiniko, you are welcome. Ria Leboga. You can continue on Ntate Tiniko.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Chair and the Program Director. Of course, I want to acknowledge the presence of the Speaker and our MMC in absentia, the councillors that are here of the Section 79 committees, our colleagues from DSD, institutions of higher learning, colleagues from the sector, and everyone that is here. I'm going to present on the state of homelessness in the city of Tshwane. My name is not Ntombi Kaise. She's actually the divisional head for social development, so I'm actually presenting on her behalf. I must also clarify that I'm the deputy director responsible for welfare services. So I'm not yet promoted to be a director. My director is actually here, so I don't want her to be worried about her position. Yeah, but I think maybe it's also important, Chair as well as the Speaker, that our heart is so warmed, that today we are gathering. Or today, leadership of the city has convened, a session of this nature, just to discuss this matter of homelessness. For the past 15 years that I've been here, it could be possibly the first time that we've got something like this. So, and we have been knocking doors and pushing and making noise and screaming. So I'm just glad that. We are changing the direction. It's sort of taking shape. We are not where we are, but I see that, once we can get attention of leadership on this program, I think we're definitely going somewhere. So we really want to appreciate for organizing this session. This is the outline of the presentation. I'll just speak of the developments that we have in the program. Of course, starting with the introduction, the framework, and then also speak of the policy that we have, and then some of the interventions that the city is putting in dealing with issues of homelessness and responding to the policy, and some of the special project that requires attention, and the partnerships that we have, challenges as well as recommendations. I think it's important to indicate that the issue of homelessness is a very serious concern, and like I said, I'm just glad that we are turning the tides and receiving the necessary attention in dealing with this issue, which is very common in big cities, and I think City of Tshwane is also affected by issues of homelessness, and that has been confirmed by the survey that was done by Stats SA in 2022, which confirmed that Tshwane has got the highest number of homeless people, and that also with the 2022 homeless count, which was done in partnership with University of Pretoria. They also confirmed the same, that we have got a very serious problem of homelessness, and we have seen it that after the COVID there has been an increase because people lost jobs, and ultimately some lost houses, and as a result, after COVID, that's where we saw a spike in an increase. And major contribution, we're speaking of issues, of course, of unemployment. In South Africa, and of course, the economy is just not doing well, or is not moving at the pace that we need. So as a result, it affects issues of unemployment, substance abuse, family dysfunctions, unaffordable accommodation. Chair, it's very difficult for one to, find their way in terms of accommodation here in the city, because most of the accommodation starts from 1,000 going up there. So there's nothing that, comes as a compromise to assist homeless people or people who might have a little. So those are some of the causes. And of course, issues of mental condition. And of course, there are different phases of homelessness. And that is there. We've got people that are in informal settlement that can also be referred as being homeless. And there's also children there. As of course, issues around student accommodation, the need is also there. But our focus is on street homelessness. So when we have narrowed down to the street of adult homeless people. And these are people who are sleeping on streets, pavements, and building entrance and abandoned buildings. And of course, from those number of research and surveys that I've alluded to, we are able to pick up that, youth contribute majorly when it comes to homeless people or people that are homeless, because the type of homelessness that I think is more dominant in terms of the trend is those people who are not necessarily looking for a house. Say, I want a house to go and stay in, but it's people that are actually looking for a job and they want to be closer, or job opportunities, and they want to be closer to those opportunities. So that's the majority of people that we're sort of dealing with. So if you are you assist cars to park in the inner city, you may not have enough money to go back. And the research shows, Chair, that most of the people that are homeless are not necessarily people that are very far. These are people that are around the townships, our townships here, but they don't have resources to actually come to town and go back and other things. So as a result, they resolve to just squat next by so that tomorrow they can hustle. So those are majority of the people that we sort of dealing with. And of course, there is those that are looking for actual homes, most especially older people, and those are some of the people that we assist in terms of reunification and others. So those are also there as well. And also, through those research and our interaction with homeless communities, and we also pick up that, generally homeless people used to be mainly concentrated in the inner city. That's where a lot of economic activities are happening. But now with the research, I know University of Pretoria has done one research that was published this year, 2025, on hotspots, that there's also a lot of hotspots that are just outside the inner city. So as far as Broncospruit, Hammanskraal, Centurion and others. So when we look at the policy adjustment, those are some of the things that we also need to take into consideration. And because you can also see that even resources are pumped into the inner city. So it's important that we start, looking. And even for those, the NPOs that are here and other service providers might need to consider assisting even beyond inner city, because here you find that every service provider is here, and there's also a lot of people out there. And of course, on the legislative framework, it's also important to note that we currently do not have a national legislation that deals with homelessness, street homelessness in particular. I understand, because I also participated, that the National Department is busy with the green paper for that. I'm just not sure how far that process is. Maybe GSD will have a answer to that, but I understand there's that process. So that will really actually assist in terms of giving direction, because where we are, and I think we've seen it during COVID, that it was, pointing fingers to say, look, local government must deal with issues of homelessness. And then departments on the other side said, look, this thing, or local government says, no, it is the department is said it's local government. So I think the national, legislation will assist in terms of giving clarity around that, in terms of who must deal with that. And of course, I think the breakthrough also came when province as well approved the strategy, and that strategy sort of assisted a lot in terms of ensuring that there's work of assisting the homelessness in place. And of course, as the city, the program remains, an unfunded mandate. When I say unfunded mandate, I'm referring to the fact that there's no legislation that says local government, you must do issues of homelessness or welfare services in particular. But then the city is responding to the needs, because issues of homelessness does not affect province or doesn't affect national. These are people that when we come out here, we are going to meet here. So the city had felt there was a need to actually deal with the issues of homelessness. And that is where in 2013, there was a policy that the city adopted, and then it was reviewed, I think, in 2019. And then, of course, there are other, as much as, there's no policy that speaks to that, there are other legislations that were making use of the Children's Act, the White Paper, and social assistance. So the issue, as I indicated, of local government role in terms of dealing with issues of homelessness, in my view, it remains a debate. It remains something that still needs to be sort of clarified. And of course, the understanding now is that going forward, the municipalities will need to take care of the infrastructural part of it, the compliance part of it, of shelters and others, and ensure compliance, while DSD takes care of the actual program of what's happening there, the funding and long-term intervention. So those are some of the things that I think will be clarified going forward with discussions around legislation. And of course, maybe speaking of the policy, we have a policy that was approved in 2019 after consultation with key stakeholders such as the Forum, the University of Pretoria, and UNISA, and the homelessness community. And the policy prioritized, have got 5 priorities, which is number 1 about ensuring that, there's a provision of housing, which is about establishment of shelters, but equally finding a way to also create, a level between the affordable housing and those that do not have, so that there is that transition. So unfortunately now it's a bit of a challenge, because shelters most especially managed by NPOs. They are accommodating the beneficiaries, but then they can accommodate them for a while, maybe for a year or so, but they still, they cannot move them to the next level, because there's no next level in terms of housing. So those are some of the priorities that this policy aims to achieve. And of course, economic opportunities and skills development, because we believe it's not just putting people in shelters or getting rid of people out of the street, but to reactivate them again, and so that they can be part of the participate in the economy and be self-reliant and be able to look after themselves. And of course, access to social support and health services. This is ensure that the homeless people get to have access to social workers to offer counseling, and also get health services. That also include dealing with issues of substance abuse. And then, of course, the other one is about advocacy and awareness. Typical example is that every year on the 10th of October, we commemorate World Homeless Day. Those are some of the things, because we also believe there's still a lot of awareness that still need to take place. There's still a lot of misconception about this, about homeless people. Some they believe are criminals, some I believe are junkies, all those kind of things. And we believe that issues around advocacy, it's very important so that we clear some of the stigma around the program. But again, also to ensure that, public servants are also able to understand that homeless people also have right to access some of the services. Because the stories where, people get to visit our services, clinics and others where they are sort of stopped, say, no, you cannot be allowed. So those are some of the things. And of course, institutional arrangement is just putting our house in order in terms of implementation. The policy was approved in 2029, so we're currently in the process to actually review that, review the policy to include what is currently happening, to include the latest in terms of the program and what has been happening, to also review what has been good and what has been bad and all those kind of things. So, and we also received a lot of inputs. I think last year or so we had an Indaba, so we did receive a lot of input in terms of how homeless community will want to influence the direction of the policy. And then now with province having adopted the strategy, we also it's important that our policy also align with what you are doing. So we are busy with that process. We're currently consulting internally, and we want to also urge you that when that time comes, we bring you on board, that you make yourself available to make comments, to make inputs, to ensure that at the end of the day, then we've got a policy that just does not speak to certain people, but it also be able to deal with that. And then one of the things is that in the policies that there's a lot of work that NPOs are doing, but that was not filtered into the policy. So we want to have. I think those are some of the things that we might need to be put into the policy. So yeah, when that invite comes, please make yourself available to make comments and inputs. And of course, I think in terms of the interventions, of course, it's important to once again indicate that because of maybe possible this unfunded mandate, we haven't been getting funding for a while, and it makes it difficult to actually roll out the program. So as a result, we are grateful and thankful that we've got NPOs that are in place. We've got universities, and of course DSD is also here to also ensure that we partner in ensuring that the program become a success. And through doing, there's been we are supporting NPOs with groceries and because we also had I think 2022 or so number of NPOs that we had MOUs with, so that we can formalize the process, the relationship, and we'll be able to work together. There are NPOs that there's a lot of issues because the number of NPOs are occupying our properties. So with properties comes with issues around compliance and others. So we are assisting NPOs with that. It's not yet at that level because of other red tapes and others, but those are some of the things that we are doing. And there's also NPOs that are occupying municipal properties, but they don't have a lease agreement. So we are facilitating that. As we speak, there's a number of NPOs that we have assisted with that. And also, we also believe, research plays a very important role in ensuring that whatever that we are doing is informed by facts. And we are working very well with University of Pretoria. We participated in the 2022 count, and we were also participating. We're supposed to have another count this year, which was later cancelled. So those are some of the things that we are sort of doing. And of course, we, through NPOs and DSD, assisting in the placement of homeless people in the shelters that we're having, and assisting, I think, through the APW program. There's a number of homeless people that, they've gained employment. And of course, there's now some of the programs such as winter warmer campaigns where we assist homeless people, especially that are in hotspots, with different kind of services during those cold season. And of course, it's the support for the forum, because we believe it's very important that we have a working and functional forum, and assisting homeless people with IDs and participate in campaign. We also have social workers whom assist the homeless people with psychosocial support. So they visit our offices, and then we also visit shelters to assist with that. And I just thought, to the attention of the House, that there are two key issues that we also thought we should give feedback on. Number one is that the Littleton Community Hall, in COVID, we, as part of the lockdown expectation, we activated the Littleton Hall to accommodate homeless people in Region 5. And then once the regulations were relaxed, and then we moved, just like we did with other makeshift shelters, we moved the homeless people to other more permanent shelters, mainly that are owned by, managed by NPOs. And then with Littleton, there was a legal litigation there, or interdict, so we couldn't move them. So we had to sort of apply for eviction. So they've been staying there since 2021 up until, I think, this year in August. So we're able to secure eviction. So all the people have been moved to different shelters, and some opted to discharge themselves. So the hall has now been handed over to Region 5 to be used purposefully for that. But of course, the issue of Littleton also highlights that there is a need to have shelters in Region 4, a shelter in Region 4, because we don't have shelter that side. And I understand we are also working on that. DH is also busy in ensuring that we get at least a shelter in Region 4, and also other regions where we don't have shelters. Because most of the time when our social workers go out there and want to assist, and you are assisting someone in Mamelodi, and then now we want to assist them with accommodation, then when you tell them that you need to move them to inner city, then it becomes a problem, because in that region, that's where they are trying to make a living. So those are some of the programs that we are busy with. And the last one is the number 2 Struben shelter. This is also one of the shelter chair that is managed by the city. The shelter is now dilapidated. It has been declared inhabitable, but then there is still people that are staying there. In terms of processes, we couldn't relocate them to other shelters. So over 600 people are staying there, women, children, and persons with disability. And I know the committee has also shown a lot of interest in the project and making follow-up on it. So, yeah, I think the resolution was that we're going to close the shelter and relocate people to different shelters. We have been busy with verification just to check who is who in staying there, and with a view to arrange alternative accommodation. So we are busy with that. Unfortunately, we can't also move the people there without court order. So we've been busy with that. At least this Friday, last Friday, we were able to secure an eviction from the court. So we are busy now with the process to finalize alternative accommodation. A number of NPOs have also come on board to assist with that, and DSD is also championing us that we are able to finalize the issue of alternative accommodation to assist people at Struben, because where they are, it's not safe. It's a health and safety hazard for them to be there. So we are glad that we're able to secure eviction, and then we can now move. We've been given up until end of March to actually do that next year. These are, of course, the partnership. We also want to reiterate that it's not practical that the city can run this program on their own, so we rely on partnerships, and we will continue to extend our hand to ensure that the more we have stakeholders, the better. So we are busy with that, and we need everyone that we can be able to sort of get. And as I indicated, we have MOUs with NPOs, and because the MOU is also expiring, some have expired, so we're looking also forward to actually even renew those MOUs so that we continue to have a good relationship with NPOs. And of course, one of our partners is University of Pretoria. We are looking to at least have a SLA to also work with them, because they've been assisting us a lot in terms of research and other capacity building. And of course, one of the partners is DSD as well. They are bringing the money and all those things. So that is one partner we really need to take care of. So we are finalizing MOU on that. DH is also busy with that process, so that we have them. And of course, one of the partners to have Councillor, I see Councillor deploys here, is also passionate about homelessness. You say one of the partner that we're supposed to have is the one for business, and it's not been a smooth sailing, and I want to believe that they are also very much affected by this. So we'll want to have business on board. So I believe that this is one of the projects that we'll be embarking on to get attention, of the business. And I know that the city has been busy with issues of the summit investment, and I want to believe that somehow we can also benefit from that. Just one second last slide for me. Of course, challenges, they are there, and one of them, as I indicated, issues of funding. We haven't been receiving budget in a long time, so every year we just hear the budget speech and then we can't hear anything. But we understand, the financial situation of the city, so that's why we rely on external stakeholders such as DSD, but it will really assist if the city could also put its leg forward to ensure that we assist in terms of funding. And of course, the insufficient support of the NPOs, because they are doing a whole lot of work in the space, and I think we could do more there in terms of ensuring that we assist them, even if the possibility of grant funding and things like that, and also assist them with compliance, because for them to get the assistance, they will need the compliance, things like that. Is my time finished, Chair? Oh.
No, not yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so we need compliance. I know that DSD, they do the funding, but for them to fund, they want to make sure that everything is in place. And for everything is to be in place, the city needs to come in and assist, because they are the ones that are custodian of bylaws. And those are some of the things that I think as a city we need to work hard and ensure that we bring everybody sort of on board. And that also speaks to issues of lease and property challenges. As I indicated, many of the organizations are occupying our properties. They don't have lease agreements. And if you don't have lease agreement, funders are not interested because they want to know who are you and others. So those are things that we need to assist. But there's also NPOs that are working remotely, or working in the air. So they don't have accommodation. So, and I think those are some of the non-financial issues that we can be able to deal with, to assist. And there some have been applying and others to assist them with those properties, most properties that the city is not using. I'm sure there is a term for that, but those properties that the city is not using. And yeah, and as I also indicated, one of the issues that we have is that we don't have facilities. We don't have enough shelters. That they, I know I will call you and say, can you assist with shelters? And you say it's full and others. So that is the dynamic that we have, and we will need to do more. We need to do more. And we are receiving calls left, right, and center to say, please assist. But most of these shelters are full. Most especially, like I indicated in the trend is that, one trend is that we're having more women with children out there now. Once in a week you'll have, and those are some of the things that we need to do research on to find out what could be the issue, because there's a lot of women and children. And I want to believe it might be contributing to these issues around GBV that is currently, becoming a problem. So, but then we don't have those shelters for women and children. You find that here in the inner city we could be having one, and it's not assisting. So those are some of the challenges that we have. And the other one that I also need to add, as number 6 here, it's a bit of a tricky one, because I know the city needs to also pay our salaries and things like that. But NPOs are, of course, they are using services of the city, water, rates and everything. But then the NPOs are the ones that are assisting to accommodate our beneficiaries and running this program on our behalf. But then the expectation is that the very same NPOs must, of course, they must pay for these services, but they are paying the very same rates as that of business, Those ones are making money, they can afford to, but then these ones are assisting us, but they are paying the very same. So those are some of the challenges that I think needs to be attended to. And of course, on the recommendations, we would want funding to actually, when the city deliberate on some of these things, find ways in which the program can be funded, and establish shelters, in different regions that do not have shelters. It will really assist, because most of these shelters are here in the inner city, and we want to have more them outside as well in other regions, so that when you have people there, you can still move. You don't have to drive them to here, because some refuse to go to shelters because it's far from where they can get opportunities. Of course, strengthen NPOs in terms of funding there. We might need to activate a multidisciplinary task team that will specifically look into this program, especially some of the challenges that NPOs are having, because you need help on compliance, you will need help, you need the planning and all. So it's difficult to actually coordinate from far, from when departments are scattered. But if there are in one place, I think it could assist to deal with this issue. And of course, to fast track issues of lease agreement, it will assist for NPOs. And as I indicated, we might need to look into in future review, payments of rates that NPOs are making to see if there can be, special arrangement to that. As I think that will be able to assist. And of course, if you could have a team that is specifically dedicated to deal with issues of homelessness, because we are a small team, and then the very same social workers that I have, DSD, my social workers, if you call them for ECD, they're the ones who must attend. If you call them for GBV, they're the very same person. You call them for this same person. So I think it will assist in future, and I know DH is working on that program so that we can also have a team that is dedicated 24 hours to deal with this issue of homelessness. So I think I will pause there in terms of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Deputy Director. I thought you were going to say you receive. I'm a prophet, man. I direct. I just receive it. Okay, but thank you so much. That was the policy framework developments on homelessness. Now, as we're listening to what he was saying, we can see that there are a number of things that causes the homelessness problem. So one that stood up in my head was like the unemployment. Unemployment as well can cause the homelessness problem. You'll remember that the city does not create employment. Actually, the city creates a conducive environment whereby even investors, when they come to the city, they must see this beautiful city. They must see these lights and roads and. So, it's a number of things, which simply means maybe next time when there's some presentations like this, some other departments as well maybe should come in and be involved. And let us know as other departments as to what contributions bona baba dietsang towards this kind of a problem. Because we want to hear people coming to present to us here to say, from our department, we have hired so much homelessness people. So, anyway, we're going to move on to the second presentation. I will request that you take notes and take questions, write questions down, and because we're going to have we're going to have an open dialogue at the end of everything. So let's keep on writing our questions and comments, and it's not only questions that can come through and assist in this, but also some comments as well. So we're getting to the second presentation from researchers, finding on homelessness in the city, coming from the University of Pretoria. Umama Remembrance. I'm sorry if I'm not announcing this correctly, but Mokwena. And she will share the platform with a partner yakhe. Bona, they will see how they share the platform. So over to you, Mama Mokwena.
Can we use your laptop instead? Because I'm facing problems. Can I connect your laptop? No, it's fine. I have the LED.
Abusheni. Abusheni. Good morning. I did not waste the time, so it wasn't me who created that little technical hiccup. So my time has not been subtracted from that, right? Lesego knows what happened. My name is Remembrance Mokwena Ngulele, and I am coming from the Unit for Street Homelessness at the University of Pretoria. So for those of you who never knew about this unit, we are hosted by the Center for Faith and Community at the Faculty of Theology and Religion. So when you see me talking too much and moving around, just know ukuthi ufundisi bukhona ngaphakathi. So I'm threatened by this type of things. I would really like to be down there and engage, but just to respect the platform that has been created. It is a bit unfair, Lesego, that you had to use my laptop, because when Deputy Director was speaking here, I made a couple of notes here, and I wanted to actually take a brief moment to respond or to give input to some of of what he said. So I will just quickly run, guys. I'm not going to take time. The reason I'm doing this is today is not the first time we meet and sit here. Today is not the first time we meet as stakeholders around homelessness. So this is not a new issue, not amongst us. I might not know you personally, but your portfolio, because of you occupying that portfolio. So we should not pretend and sit here and pretend that this is the first time we are coming together to pave or to explore or to look at possible solutions. I would quickly run through this. I'm new in this. I was going to touch it later in my presentation, but I'll just tell you, I've joined the Unit for Street Homelessness. I'm quite new. Last year, 2024, July. However, I take ownership of whatever happened prior. So, what I know is in 2011, the Tshwane Homelessness Forum lobbied and submitted a draft policy on homelessness to the city of Tshwane. In 2012-2013, the city approved this homelessness policy. July 2014, there was a 24-hour eviction notice issued to the residents of number 2 Struben Street that Didi mentioned about today. But we're talking about back 2014. September 2014, there was a result, as a result of the process, the executive mayor then, Councillor Josienzo Ramkhob, requested a meeting with the Homelessness Forum and the University of Pretoria, and the mayor requested that the forum and the university start a research process to critically appraise the 2013 homelessness policy. And then in 2015, the first Tshwane Homelessness Summit was hosted by the 4 partners, that is the Institute of Higher Learning, UP, UNISA, the Tshwane Homelessness Forum, and the City of Tshwane. And in 2015, the feedback and inputs were received about that policy that were requested to be reviewed. And 10 October 2015, that was when the first World Homelessness Day was observed and hosted by UNISA. And it was also a very big moment for the 4 partners because there was a social contract that was signed. I'll speak about that later. And 2015, there was also a moratorium that was requested on the new placements of people at Struben Shelter and the dumping of people by law authorities. 2016, a meeting with various stakeholders was held to discuss the turnaround of Struben Street. 2017, a meeting was held about a turnaround strategy for Struben Shelter. Guys, each and every year. That's why I felt that I need to address this when Didi touched on that alone. In 2017, the executive mayor then, Councillor Solim Simangu, mentioned that the city's plans in terms of addressing homelessness with the 4 partners in the capital. And if we go into each and every succeeding mayor then, if we can even Google now, there is not a single mayor that did not touch about the issues of homelessness and the collaboration within the city. But we are here again sitting today. I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention, to say we can sit and talk, we can have this engagement, but it's about time that our engagement, just like the social contract that has been signed, that is just on paper. If we do not act, we can talk. I mean, from the morning when we were welcomed by the speaker, we acknowledged the issue of homelessness is a global issue. From the morning, we were reminded the city of Tshwane within the national Southern African context, we are the highest in terms of homelessness. However, our reaction, I will touch on some of these things. The city of Tshwane, we are named the vanguard city because we came years back and said we've got solutions, we've got, proposals, but what are we doing? Nothing. Everything is just dying. So I'm sorry to start on that note. Let me go back to my presentation. So I've named my presentation Fusing Research, Policy and Practices, bringing to the table the academy, that is the universities, the government, civil society, including people with lived experiences. So what we do at the Unit for Street Homelessness, as much as we come from the university, we are not just about research. We are not just about research. What we do, we've moved from participatory action research to what we call solidarity action research. So basically, if you can look at what is the difference with that, our research is we hear what the community says. In this instance, our focus is on street community. We stand together with the people. Our research is aimed at justice. Our research is aimed at seeing the impact and changes in our cities, in our homes, in our families, in our communities. And we do that through various, my slideshow is not moving, sorry. Ngizokhuluma ke while she's still trying to figure out what happened. So as I was saying that we are doing solidarity research. We come as outside researchers in the community and we stand in solidarities with the communities. In this instance, we stand in solidarity with the homeless community. We seek to see justice. We seek to see the community taking leadership in their own issues. So we don't come with answers as researchers, but ours is to provide a platform for the community to give guidance or to show, to show the visibility of the community, because in most instances, the homeless communities are the unseen. They are not seen, they are not noticed, or we choose not to notice them. So we amplify their voices. That is the research that we do. I'm sorry, because I'll have to continue. What slide number? So number 4. Let's just continue. What a beautiful slideshow that I had, that you were going to enjoy and not listen to me scolding sometimes, because my voice is too high. I'm not shouting. Ne? It's just that I have that strong voice. So just receive that well. So I was saying that in terms of our research from the Unit for Street Homelessness, we do that through thematic research. So we've got various themes that include the refugees and migrants, we do housing, we do health, we do education, we do disaster crisis. Because all these cut across the issues of homelessness. And I just wanted to give that feedback a bit. So I've already touched on my personal background in terms of when I joined the unit, and I've given a little bit of background. But the most important thing that makes us to be here today, being part of this community of homelessness, is the Pathways Out of Homelessness Research Project, in collaboration with the Tshwane Homelessness Forum. This was in 2014 and 2015, where there was an advocacy around the city to manage shelters and also to lead a collaborative research and policy making processes. And as I've said initially when I read through the various years, this was not just someone from the university who just woke up and said we need to have a collaborative approach. The city took ownership and the city took initiative and said, let's come together and look at issues to address homelessness. Then that was the birth of the Pathways Out of Homelessness Research Project, which most of you know it. It is under the Unit for Street Homelessness. We are coordinating that project, and the main stakeholders within the project that involve the City of Tshwane, that involves the Department of Social Development, the UNISA, and Tshwane Homelessness Forum, and the civil society. We had a social contract that was signed. I wanted to also show that contract because it is very specific. I think I should read at least one paragraph from the contract. That's why I'm saying I don't think we need to be sitting here and think we are starting a new process. We are not starting a new process. The contract was guided by the constitution of our country, the National Development Plan 2030, and the Tshwane Vision 2055, and the City of Tshwane Policy and Strategy of Homelessness. It says we pledge to work together through mobilizing our different skills, capacities, and resources towards the effective eradication of homelessness in the city of Tshwane. And this contract was signed by the then Councillor Khosienzo Ramkhopa, but I want to believe it was signed by the city of Tshwane. The fact that we don't have, it was signed on the 10th of October 2015. However, today we are sitting here and we are aggrieved, I can say. During COVID-19, I think that's also something that our Deputy Director, Mr. Maluleke, touched on. There were good practices that this social contract bared, these social partners, because of collaboration. There were good practices, if I can just mention a few. We achieved in 10 days what we could not in 10 years. 27 temporary shelters accommodating 2,000 people, complemented with psychosocial and health services. So all the services that have been mentioned here by Didi to say they need to be part of the services, this was being accomplished within 10 days. So if we are sitting here today, and I've mentioned issues that have been mentioned since 2011, and we are still stuck, we need to ask ourselves the question, what could be the reason? So I'll just follow my presentation, because I don't want us to waste time while we're waiting, so I can talk while we are busy. And then this was accompanied by process through data generation and dissemination, daily and capacity building. There were 600 new bed spaces post-COVID, and the provincial government, I'm lost. No, it's fine. The provincial government accelerated its policy process and around homelessness. That's what he also mentioned. So good things came out of the collaboration. The issue that DSD started to take in recognition of homelessness they did not just wake up from somewhere. But if we work together and we hold each other accountable, we can see all these things coming together. And as our work from the unit, it is not just to get the data, to bring statistics, because we've got Stats SA. They are well-resourced, well-capacitated. Yes, we do engage with them in terms of their findings, because when we look at their findings versus our findings, there are issues that we engage with them. They are our partners. But our research is to say, when we get this data, we come together and we say what needs to be done and further hold each other accountable. It's fine. I will just. So post-COVID, I've just mentioned a few things that worked very well during COVID, and then post-COVID, the Senate at the University of Pretoria launched the Unit for Street Homelessness. So that is where the unit comes from. So Pathways has been existing. Pathways Out of Homelessness project, where we focus our researches on homelessness issue. But because we do not only focus on homelessness issues, and we also wanted capacity, the university decided to then give it an umbrella in terms of the unit. So the unit is just a body that has got activities that include the pathways, the research that we are doing, and the community of practice, where we meet with the lived experiences and stakeholders and have learning experiences and trainings together. And we have community of practices. They happen once quarterly, and the monthly capacity building workshops and ongoing community awareness raising. So as much as we are a research, we also do ongoing community awareness. We are down, we are out on the ground with the local, with the homeless community, so that we can be able to understand the issues, so that when we write about these issues, when we now present, I will come and present, I will quickly present some of the reports to you now. When we say this is the outcomes, the findings of the homelessness or the status of homelessness, we present something that is evidence-based. We do not sit at the university and go into the library and read and write, but we are out with the community. And we also advocate on policy work and the national policy that Mr. Maluleke has mentioned. The University of Pretoria, or the unit, has been one of the partners that has been asked by the Department of Social Development to drive that process. It has been submitted to the white paper has been submitted to the department. We ask the same question. And as Mr. Maluleke has said, maybe the social development will give us answers today to say what is making the paper stuck right now. It's not moving to the next process. And hence we are facing challenges when it comes to implementation of homelessness issues. The issues of where the ownership, who lies with the ownership. So that is the work that we as the unit engage in on a daily basis. I don't want to touch on issues of statistics of how many homelessness individuals do we have. We got the numbers already from the city of Tshwane when they did the presentation. I also don't want to touch on the reasons, but I will just run briefly through this. It is according to the UN Habitat 2025, so it's a recent publication. 62% of African urban dwellers live informally. So if we ask ourselves and we say homelessness will just disappear, we need to think very carefully. The urban majority lack access to the city in terms of healthcare, housing, education, recreation, access to employment, environmental well-being. So those are some of the reasons that already have been given. And again, it speaks to what our MC said, we need to have all these departments and all these stakeholders together in this room. This impact on our neighborhoods, our families and individuals. I always start my presentation with, it can be me, it can be you. Because homelessness affects all of us. We might be sitting here today and we think we are not homeless. When you walk out of that door, you can find yourself homeless. So we just need to take this issue seriously, not thinking we are doing it for other people, but we are doing it for our own, neighborhoods and also for our own families. The street homelessness population is invisible in this context, yet amongst the most precarious. Like I said earlier on, when we talk about homelessness, that's why we have from Stats SA such a huge number in terms of statistics. And when you go into the Tshwane homelessness report, our focus with the count is rough sleeping, is the street homelessness. So you will see the gap is huge, is different. There's a huge gap because with the Stats SA, their count includes homelessness as a whole in terms of informal settlements and all that. I don't want to list. But in terms of our count, we focus on the street homelessness. And this community is often not being seen. When you walk past them, you think this is a strange something. The way they are treated by our society, by our security clusters, by our government, by our service providers, we have so many stigmas around the homeless community. What I wanted to say, it's also already being said, to say when we look at addressing this issue, then we need to have a comprehensive pathway out of homelessness. We cannot be focusing on one way. We need to look at issues of psychosocial. We need to look at issues of health. We need to look at economic issues, housing issues. I want us to pause a little bit and think about the issue around housing. We often think homelessness is people that make choices to leave their homes and stay on the street, or to leave their towns, or to leave their original cities and come into our cities. Who in their right mind will do such a decision knowing that I'm going to sleep under? I'm going to sleep roofless. It's rainy seasons now, rains, winds, anything and everything will happen to me. Who would make such a decision to leave a house and go and stay on the street? So we just need to ask ourselves. We also need to look at issues of addressing legal issues. Yes, we have issues, we have problems with people that don't have documents. We need to ask ourselves, is everybody who's homeless a criminal? We need to look at issues of policies and budgets. So that is a comprehensive basket of services that we need to be looking at when we want to address the issues of homelessness. Some of the key policy and strategic interventions include that, as we've mentioned, that there are many phases of homelessness. Therefore, we cannot have a one-size-fits-all approach. It would not work. It does not work. We also need to look at law enforcement or social services approaches that fail to acknowledge structural causes of homelessness. If we look at homeless people's things being taken away from them, I've just spoken about the issue of not having documents. Do we address such issues? If someone says, I don't have my ID or I don't have any documents, do we take time to address such issues? We need to look at family reconciliation programs which are often ineffective. Because once you move to the street, you have new families. So we cannot just assume that we need to reunify. We need to work and find the reasons. We've got homelessness communities that do not have families. I am trying to count how many black people are sitting here. Is it still true that it takes a village to raise a child? You yourself, if you don't have a penny to buy a loaf of bread, are you able to knock next door and say, "Asina mali la endlini, kombela mali ushabela bana shinku"? So we need to be realistic. We cannot just out of the blue and say family reunification. By profession, I am a social worker myself. So I know what I'm talking about when I say family reunification. We need to look at social spatial transformation critically. I have been trying to study the history of the city of Tshwane, and sometimes I cry. if we can go back to how the city has been made, there is nothing that happens by mistake. If we go back to the apartheid, there is nothing that happens by mistake. So it will not be resolved by mistake. We need to be intentional. Everything was intentionally built. We need to look at this social spatial, our empty buildings, when Didi has mentioned the issue of saying we are moving homeless people to the shelters. Where are the shelters situated? What purpose is it going to serve to these homeless individuals? We move them today, tomorrow they are back. Why? I've already mentioned the issue that homelessness is a housing issue and housing is a family issue. So I don't think we do have the representation from today, and they are very critical, and I think we should drop them in. Some of the actions that we have already, and I'm saying already because this research and engagements have been happening, and also Didi, I think whoever did the program, thank you so much. It was good that you allowed Didi to speak before me. Because whatever he is speaking, guys, it is not new. The question is, why are we still stuck? Already there has been a recommendation to say shelters in every region of the city. So when we talk about region 4, Littleton, being moved and there's still no services, when we talk of region 1, Mabopani, when we talk of region 2, these actions have already been tabled. The question is, why are we still talking about this? Ending homelessness among older persons. When we did our research in 2022, when we did our count in 2022, we found a small but significant number of older homelessness individuals and already tabled that we need to have solutions. Exploring pilot facilities for excluding members of the LGBTQ community. How many shelters or services do we have for LGBT communities? Introducing housing first approaches. That's why we did some engagement already. That's why I'm saying housing should be here. There's a special need housing policy that is just flying. It's not being implemented. No one is taking ownership of that. We are still talking of shelters, and we are still saying our homeless people don't want to go to shelters. Therefore, let's close shelters. I'm saying it's me who's saying we are saying let's close shelters. I can't keep on the shelters they are closing. So I'm just saying maybe that's why, because we know for sure our homeless people, we've done the research, I'll touch on that. They say we don't want to go to the shelter. So when the shelters get closed, of course I sit there and I say, of course, you will close them because they tell you that we don't want to go to shelters. But then what? That's why we are talking about housing first approaches. We can have another session around the housing first approach. Of course, in South Africa, this is not a familiar or what can I say, a popular thing, but the principles around housing first is what we can copy from the global, and implement. Fostering ongoing broad-based collaboration. If we just have collaboration today and then tomorrow we stop, nothing will happen. So we need to have ongoing. Bringing in prototypes, litigation and research together. There's so many researches, reports that we have written from the UP, from the unit, that is talking about prototypes. We need to take those prototypes and foster them so that we can be able to implement That is the only way we can be able to work towards eradicating the issue of homelessness. But if we want to start something new always and we don't foster what we already have, yeah, so I think I will just quickly touch on this. The one report on safer space, I don't have time to now unpack it, where we did a research around from hotspots to safe spaces. Because yes, hotspots on its own, if you look at that term, it's not safe at all. Not for the people living there, not for any other person. So we've done a research around that to say how can we create safe spaces. You can be able to access that report on our website. We also did a manifesto on ending older homelessness to say this is what we propose. So we have things that we can say, let us implement and see and make it work. The issue around using substance abuse, we know of Reliable House that was implemented, part of the city was part of that also. But what is happening to that facility now? We are focusing on rehabilitation centers. We are not focusing on programs that will holistically address all these issues. Okay, I'm not going to look at those prototype and the cities. I wanted to also share just the learning that we've learned from the Cape Town city in terms of repurposing of buildings into programs that can work for our communities. I just wanted to bring into the attention that we do all these researches, we've been talking, but it looks like we just talk, but we don't take what we agree on or what we discuss and implement. We do our own things. Shelters are being closed. What informs shelters to be being closed while we are saying homelessness is growing? So I just wanted to touch on that briefly, but because of times, taking the next steps, what I can recommend is let us build stronger local collaborations. We have failed. Mr. Maluleka has mentioned that we had planned to do the Tshwane homelessness count, which should benefit all of us. We have postponed that count because of weaker collaborations. Okay, I'm going to sit down now. Let me just... From local to global, I just wanted to bring to your attention, we are part of the National Homeless Network, which I think you must also look up to that and check what we are doing or what they are doing. We are also looking at the Institute for Global Homelessness, the city of Tshwane as the vanguard city. And our mayor, I don't know if I can ask the city, please check for us. Our mayor was invited to be part of the International Institute for Global Homelessness and in the mayor's representation. I don't know if she is engaged, if she attended last year, and if she is continuing to engage. Please check for us, because we are seen as the vanguard city. We are hosting the 2027, and I'm saying we, not the Pretoria University, we will come back to all of us. Let's plan, let's collaborate. The whole world is coming to us and to discuss the issues of homelessness. And they would want to see also what we are doing in our own city. I think lessons learned, I'm not going to touch on that because of time. And the challenges, I think I'm not going to touch because you'll think I am. All I'm begging is let us have better local collaborations. Let us implement the strategies and the policies that we agree on. Let us implement evidence-based interventions. Let us not just wake up and thumbs up interventions. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Ma'am Kwena. Siyabonga kakhulu information efana nalena. And oh, okay. May I just request that we try to, so if we can just here and there, please. I know this kind of an information, it's very important, very, very important, more especially to our city. But yeah, thank you very much. Over to you, my dear. We're still on presentation 2.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning,
Chairperson of the session. Good morning, Chairperson. And let me also greet the Speaker in absentia, and also all councillors present, stakeholders and colleagues that are on the platform. Let me greet you all and appreciate this opportunity that we've been given also as Department of Social Development to make a presentation. I was also going to also make a declaration of being a new person in the Northern Corridor. I'm just a new kid on the block. I've started working in the department here in the region only in May, but I think we've been really hard at work trying to ensure that services are rendered. I will not want to go back and reiterate what the COT through Mr. Maluleke has presented, and also I appreciate the presentation from the university representative remembrance. I think what is very, very important from us is that indeed what colleagues have said is what is very crucial for us to really look at. Where are we missing the point, and why are we at the state where we are now? I saw a video on TikTok that really disturbed my mind, and it really shook how I need to think on how we intervene with regards to the issues of homelessness. That video for me was not just a video of, I don't know if I'll call it a TLB, and it was written G20, and it was a TLB, I'll call it a TLB. It's not at that big magnitude, for lack of a better word of me not knowing what that is. It was that tractor that was going under the bridge somewhere in Johannesburg, and they were actually taking the blankets, anything that they found, and the people were trying to run to get and save some of their belongings. And that said to me, we are failing, and we will not need to act because there's G20 and have to subject people who are already under a lot of psychological, depression, and them not knowing where they need to go. But it's us who have not done what we're supposed to do. These people still find themselves in this kind of positions, and they still find themselves, stranded. Instead of us going to say, this is where we can take you for now, we go and, somehow violate them. I don't know how that would pan out at the end, but I think it just really gave me a reflection of how we have been failing. I'm not going to be long, Chairperson. I've had the issue of pressure of time. My colleagues have really touched on most of the things that have been done, and also where we have been and where we are. Yes, it's a whole list. I'm not going to go through all of it, but just to give a reflection that as social development, one of the key issues that I need to indicate is that for us, this program is quite a new program. It started in 2020 during the COVID disaster. There was nothing in place, and we had to just really come together and say, how do we then deal with people who are finding themselves without homes and are staying on the street, because there was complete lockdown. And with the complete lockdown, it meant there are no shops that are going to be open. There's no any other place that people will be able to go to. So we had to really come back with strategies on ensuring that we are going to have shelters that are there. And in the Northern Corridor, we had about 8 homeless shelters. I think it will talk to what Remembrance was saying. Why are shelters closing? I think we'll touch on those aspects. Our intention really as the province or as DSD is not to have shelters closing, but we want to support and encourage more shelters to be opened so that we can find spaces for our people. And I think one of the things we are also looking at is that even if you would have shelters, when you find a family on the street, one of the things that we've been found wanting on is that we remove children from caring parents. Being on the street with my child doesn't mean I am abusing that child. It's that I don't have anywhere to go. So we want to move to a place where we will model our facilities, where we can be able to have shelters that can accommodate families. And I think currently we don't have a lot of those in the interim. I think colleagues have talked to the issues of the strategy and the intervention plans. I'm not going to repeat on that, but I think it really calls on to what Chairperson, as she was, Honorable Chairperson, as she was giving us the purpose, the issue of collaboration and intersectoral, interventions that we need to have, because this cannot be a one-sector approach. We need to always make sure that all the different stakeholders are aware of what is it that is expected from them, how do they need to intervene, and when do they intervene, and all that. So it's quite important that all stakeholders with this issue of collaboration should be, on board. I think also the issue of the issues of residents and the decaying of the cities, as Remembrance has said, taking it back to history where the facilities are. Every corner you go, you would find either someone is begging on the street, someone is sleeping under the bridge, someone is sleeping next to the robot, someone is sleeping in the parks. Our parks used to be also very, very a place where you can go and relax, but now they've become homes for people who are homeless. And I think it was then also declared that homelessness will be a priority program in Gauteng, and also in the Department of Social Development. It has been placed at that. And I think Mr. Maluleke also talked about unfunded mandates, and this one was also one of those that was not funded, and it had the department had to also find a way of getting money. Colleagues have spoken about the reasons why what causes homelessness. I think Mr. Maluleke talked extensively on those. And I think just to give a picture, when we do the assessments and we interact with the people that are placed in some of our shelters, most of them, majority, as you can see on the graph, over 35% has indicated it's because they've lost their jobs. And I think as they lose their jobs, we already know also the issues of high unemployment rate. They add on that particular statistics. Others have also talked to issues of family or partner conflicts, unable to pay the rent or mortgage, addiction to substance use. And I think as we do our activations and interactions with the people living on the streets, most of them are addicted to substances, and you then battle with, when you remove them, where do you take them first? Is it to a treatment center or to a shelter? So those are some of the issues that we are finding on the streets. Others are domestic violence. You would see it sitting at 12%, and also family complications that will be reflected, and then also illness or medical condition that sits at 3%. This is not exhaustive. There will be other reasons that perhaps we didn't capture here. I'm not going to really bore you on the issues of the legislation. Those are the different legislation. Colleagues have spoken and asked about the green paper, and tried to maybe put me on the spot to say, as province come, they will give an answer on where the green paper is. It is still stuck. We are waiting for our national department to finalize on the issue of the green paper, so that we can be able to have, a fully fledged legislation that really deals with issues of homelessness. But there has not been any movement so far with regards to that. I think as soon as we get a green light or an indication, we will engage with our partners. And those are just some of the visions and missions that are outlined on the current strategy that we are using. In the interest of time, I will not dwell on that. And then the pillars, I think Mr. Maluleke also touched on these issues of the pillars, of how then do we structure our work on a day-to-day basis. It's advocacy, prevention of crisis and early intervention, advocacy, provision of housing and shelters to support homeless people, social inclusion, skills development and economic inclusion, integrated person-centered system. I think one thing that I would want to really highlight with regards to these pillars, as colleagues are saying, that if it's written on paper and we are not actioning it, it means we are not really giving hope to the hopeless. So it's quite important that all these pillars are not just pillars for the sake of pillars. We need to then thresh down and indicate out of each of these pillars, what is my contribution from each and every sector, and how then do I participate in all this. So we have different intervention levels. I think one of them is also ensuring that we provide shelters. I took note, remembrance when you spoke here that we made a very big mistake of not including the current shelters that we are funding and where they are. I think it was just an omission, but we will update the presentation as we circulate it. Colleagues will know where those are. But in the main, our shelters are 24-hour services for a temporary residential facility for homeless, and they operate on a 24-hour basis, where we provide services as follows. We provide accommodation, social work services, referral to treatment centers and other relevant resources that might be needed by people we admit. Also, we also provide skills development, and I think on skills development is one of the areas and elements that we are having, because as I indicated, our place of safety are not permanent residents, they are temporary. So the moment we get the beneficiaries in our facilities, we then do assessments and also try and place them in different skills development so that end of the day they can be able to move out and be able to sustain themselves. If the shelters themselves don't have skills development, we also use our other skills development. We also do job placements. We'll also show with the statistics of how far we've went up to so far. And then we also have our outreach services and visit to different hotspots as part of our service delivery blitz that we do with our partners. Just to give an indication, just to give a picture of, obviously overall for the whole province, we had a total of 24 in the last financial year. In this financial year, we had a total of 21. If you then zoom into Northern Corridor, we had 13. I think it talks to what Perseverance was saying earlier on, that other shelters are closing. And I think it talks to the issues that Mr. Maluleke raised on issues of compliance and compliance documents that are really required and needed in this regards. So just to give an indication on the different types of services that we've done for the different programs with regards to social work and aftercare services. It really shows for each of the corridors. Let me not really go into those ones in the interest of time. So we also have what we call physical drop-in centers. And these are adult drop-in centers where homeless people gain access to social relief services while assessments and therapeutic services are provided. These are not residential. They go during the day, and then they don't sleep in those facilities. So we have basic screening, assessment of homeless people, provide basic meals, dignity packs and clothing, and we also provide ablution facilities, laundry facilities, and hygiene and healthy living. And then we also do group therapeutic intervention and also refer to shelters and other treatment centers We also, the drop-in centers will also identify hotspots and also new beneficiaries that are found to be on the street so that they can be assisted as soon as possible. Over the years, we've really been able to have physical drop-in centers. Those are the beneficiaries that have been reached by the different drop-in centers. I think the numbers had dropped. We had a challenge in the Northern Corridor where 2 of our drop-in centers applied late last year, and our numbers got then affected because they were not funded for the first 6 months of the financial year. But I think that has been sorted and addressed. We are busy sorting it out and finalizing the service level agreements, and we do hope that they have applied for the coming financial year. Okay, I've already talked to this one is also the wash buses. This was also one of the option because we can't take everyone to the centers. Then we'll have wash buses that will go around to the identified areas. I think Mr. Maluleke highlighted that they've assisted us in identifying spots where these buses can go and park and our homeless people will access. But also this one was affected because of funding, but they've now been assisted. So we had 2 in the corridor, and we are finalizing the SLAs with the organization, just to give a view of how the wash buses looks like. That's basically how they look. They do have privacy where they can go and wash and deal with that. So with regards to the issues of job placement for the Northern Corridor, we had a total of 206 that have been placed. And I think it shows that from the different centers, 2 have managed to get permanent employment, and then 204 has managed to get temporary employment. We've really not had anyone who is self-employed, meaning that they have developed a business and they are able to sustain themselves through that business. Okay, skills development. These are the different skill sets that we have in our skill center, and those has been our intake in total. For life skills, we have had about 1,213, and then non-accredited training 298, and then accredited training over 17, and beneficiaries whom we found that they are waiting for the next cycle, it's 207. And then we also have beneficiaries that are not interested in skills development, because we do get the resistance. And I think it goes back to what our Remembrance was asking earlier, that today we do an activation, you go to the street, you remove them, then they come back. So one of the things that we also do is the awareness, and I think maybe just a moment on this one is that we're trying to really go out there and raise awareness, and also ensure that we assess people in their different hotspots or in their different areas where they are staying, so that we can be able to have a picture of what is happening. On a weekly basis, we have been having activations at different hotspots. Our MEC has requested that we need them to also include women and children begging on the street as part of this particular project. We visit hotspot. Our last visit was on the 8th. We went to Woodlands and also the Nelson Mandela Bridge that has been highlighted as one of the area that really needs to be given the attention. So we do visit the hotspot. Even this weekend, we are also visiting other hotspots where we do the engagements with the people there. And most of them, we find that they don't have documentation. And some of them are foreign nationals. Even if you would have a service blitz that have a joint operation with other departments, including Home Affairs, those people would, bluntly tell you, you are taking us today, tomorrow you'll take us to the shelter. Home Affairs will deport us, but we will also come back. We'll find a way of coming back to South Africa, so you'll still see us. So it also talks to a lot to our porous borders and how we are dealing with those at that level. Because if that tap is not closed, if I would call it that, it means it's a circle going round and round and round in circle, and we are not moving. So we continue to have those different outreach. This is just some of the pictures of those outreach that we do with our key stakeholders, NPOs that we fund from the department. I think one other element as part of the recommendation is that we have a provincial forum that we have. That we always have on a Monday, every Monday. The first Monday will be where we give reports. The next Monday is where the forum will then go out and visit the different hotspots. So this forum is working, but I think there is a need for us to have our own city or regional forum in the region. So it's one of the things that we really need to strengthen to ensure that all stakeholders that have been listed and indicated form part of this forum, so that everyone would then know what they need to do. I will not dwell much on the budget because this is a provincial budget that just gives an indication that over the years the budget have fluctuated, and I think also because of the closure of some of the shelters and the defunding of some of the shelters because of financial mismanagement. So we are currently, for this financial year, sitting at 87 million allocated for the shelters. We've not really broken it down to the corridor as to how much are we getting out of this 87 million, but that information we can get from the different service level agreements that we've signed with our partners. And our challenges and mitigation, just to highlight that there is an increased number of homeless people. I think the more the unemployment rate goes up, the more people come to the city to look for job opportunities. They don't get it, they end up being homeless. So they add on top of those ones that have not yet been removed from the street, and they find themselves also homeless. So I think we need to continue to have outreach, but I think what is also very key, what do you do after outreach? Because after outreach, you need to give someone a solution. So when we do outreach, there must also be a balance with regards to the shelters that we need to be able to have. I think I'm also pleased that we are busy now as the province with the applications for funding. We have seen that we have at least received about 7 new applications on top of the ones that I've already reported on. So I hope when we do the assessments, those applications will go through so that our number of shelters can also then increase. And then we also need issues of mother and child. I think I've already spoken to that separating them sometimes is not always in the best interest of a child. So if we can have shelters where mother and children can be accommodated, that would be something that we will be focusing on. Commitment by all stakeholders to provide services to homeless people. It's one of the things that we need to strengthen the provincial and regional forums with regards to outlining the different roles and what is needed in those specific areas. And some of the homeless people don't want to be admitted. Bluntly, they refuse because in any accommodation there will be rules and regulations. So some would not want to participate in that. And then also the issues of difficulty in accessing compliance document. I think that's what is quite difficult, because when you don't have a compliance document, we are also guided by certain rules and regulations that you can't fund and you can't enter into partnership. So I think somehow if we find a way of working together, I think we also appreciative that some of the areas, I know when I came there was one that was not funded because of this compliance document, and I think they are not funded, but they are also given the properties by the city, and they were not compliant even then. But slowly we are getting those compliance documents coming through, and I think as soon as the compliance documents are there, we are able to move with the funding. So I think one of the things that we're really putting forward is that integration, collaboration, and us working together at different levels of government, also with our stakeholders, will be able to really actualize the hope that we are going to give to our beneficiaries, who are the homeless people. Because if we don't put our heads and hands together, we will not be able to really win this, because every day the number goes up. So we need to start seeing movement, and we'll see that movement by working together and ensuring that those that needs to get the services do get the services. I think I will leave it there for now. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga mama, siyabonga kakhulu. Thank you so much. Again, without any waste further time, sizoya ku Babu Maimanu Sam, who is administrator for Youth for Survival, and also a chairperson of Tshwane Homeless Forum. So ungithembisile ukuthi I don't know, I use the word waste, won't spend a lot of time in his presentation. So he said it's just a page, and then thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Program Director. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to observe this protocol. I want to take this opportunity to thank the chairperson of Section 79 for inviting Youth of Survival to come and do the presentation on behalf of NPOs. And let me take the opportunity to acknowledge the councillors present here. I just want to check with the hands, who are councillors? The councillors present, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes. No, put it up. No, it must be clear. Why? That is no.
That's why.
It won't come as a page. We want to show that how we did our presentation. It's a presentation to us. Why do we may call it a page? So let's appreciate you, councillors, and let's acknowledge the officials of the city, our partners, University of Pretoria, our funder, DSD. This ones we must always appease them, because out of everyone, they are the ones that are giving us money. And we really appreciate the corridor director for being here. So they're still looking for the presentation. I call it a presentation, they call it something else, but you'll understand where we come from. Colleagues, when we receive this invitation, we receive it from the Youth for Survival. So I'm the administrator for Youth for Survival. It's one of the NPOs that the province has put it under administration because of some other reasons. So it's administrated by another NPO called Simulo Case, and that I happen to be the founder and the CEO. But however, I deliberately said they must even introduce me as the chairperson of Tshwane Homeless Forum. And let me acknowledge the deputy chairperson of Tshwane Homeless Forum by default this year. You are welcome. Another executive member of Tshwane Homeless Forum was here, the PRO, and Tate Kosi, you are welcome. So these are the executive of the forum. Chairperson, apartheid is not a person. It doesn't have color. It's a system. And apartheid was designed to divide and rule. You go and call our child to come and present. Well, we have a structure that is formal called Tshwane Homeless Forum. It's not invited in this event. And this forum has been participating in all sessions, that all the presentations were made. I knew when I look at the agenda that will be subjected to a point where we cannot speak to everybody will speak on our behalf. And we are vindicated. They said we must do the presentation in advance. I brought this thing. I knew what they are going to do. And I'm vindicated. With us, we are civil society. We've got nothing to do with interest of politics. But what I can tell you about politics and power, you don't play with power. You councillors, you are in power. Soon you will no longer be in power. Power is to disrupt the system and make decisions that will make impact to the livelihood of our people. When the presentation was done by the university, Memukwana mentioned the fact that personally has not met any white person who is an official that deals with particularly with this issue. Majority they are blacks. And majority of people who are actually the beneficiaries, majority are blacks. So we can't even advocate for our people who are scared. Let me tell you what happened. In terms of the city, and we are saying this, Chairperson, so that from your position as a Chairperson of Section 79, we are sitting with people who could make decisions very decisively. We are sitting with former MMC here, Sagi deployed. We are sitting with the Chairperson of Section 79, Mesindi here. They were in charge. You can even ask. That's why we are going to spend time to make sure that at least we give session where we can ask questions. What have they done to our people? But look at what happens in terms of EPWP. Most of our people who are struggling is the same people who we say they must get employment because the issue is unemployment. When we are doing the employment, they went and, because they had power, they didn't play with power. They went and create lottery. That was decisive. They create lottery. They said, no, we're not going to look at the families that are struggling. We'll go and do lottery. You know, I went and tested lottery that actually is a very devious process. I put up my name in. Coincidentally, lottery took me. I got the contract on the 1st of October. I said, oh, this thing doesn't work. Because it doesn't have a system. They called me at HR. They said, no, cancel that thing. I'm not interested. I wanted to test. So I'm demonstrating that this system doesn't work. Be decisive. We said, when we presented to DH, we said, let's make sure that we've got a list of people who are homeless and we put them in EPWP so that they can be taken from that pool. But now, because the others, they've created a system of lottery. You can't do that. You are scared. You can change that decision. We are here, sitting here in the council chamber that can make decisions. As recommended, approved. We see you on YouTube voting like that. Why can't you go and do the same thing? Say, no, we know our people where they are. They are in Mamelodi, Soshanguve, Atteridgeville, and they are here in the inner city, they are not employed. Why can't you make that decisive decision? And the people who make this thing of lottery, have we ever seen a white person doing EPWP when? None. So they make you make a system that suits them because it's not going to affect their constituents. So I'm saying that let us be decisive in terms of taking decisions. What I've tabled here there is everything that they've said is our challenges. We have issues in terms of rezoning. We have issues in terms of lease agreements. What happened, one of the NPO, particularly the one that they said must do a presentation, it was housing women, got the property from the city. Got the property from the city. On the 1st of October, they got a letter from the department to say that we are actually withdrawing our funding based on the fact that we don't comply. They withdraw the funding on the 12th. Few days, the city gave us a lease agreement. We complied few days after being closed the shelter that could only house women. It's been closed because of compliance. And thank you very much, Director, for being decisive, because if you say we must reapply. And then we are very happy about that process because now we've got compliance. So you can see, if we are not decisive, we'll fall to the trap. The issue of rezoning. You know for the fact that people are many here. You said rezoning is very expensive. And NPO cannot, one as a city, we are not even funding that NPOs. But you want us to go and pay the issue of rezoning. It's compliance. The province will not give us funds. Coming Monday, the process of province is starting to go and assess all these NPOs that they've sent, that they've applied. We'll find ourselves in the same situation. Why, Chairperson, can't you be decisive and make sure that the province give you the list of NPOs that have applied and make sure in terms of of compliance, they are complying. So that we don't find ourselves, come end of financial year, we are running around, we can't be funded. Please.
Sorry, the Speaker.
Yes.
That the Maiman.
Yes.
I think you are on the next item, which is the stakeholders discussion session and open dialogue. We are still on presentation 4, whereby you give us you are going to present to us challenges faced by the civil societies relating to municipal service delivery to NPO and funding. So now you've skipped, you are on the next item.
No, Chair. The challenges are there.
Okay.
This list is challenges. It's just we didn't put it nicely because if we have been doing nice things, you don't read. We have done this research of 2022. This research of 2022 is done. I was the coordinator from the university. Done this thing. We have done it. It's very nice document. You don't read it. We've left it. We have done the research in terms of COVID, the good practices. We have done it. We have done it with the city. You are not reading it. We have done the issue of saying that this is a research that speaks about the ending homelessness, elderly people. We're saying we've done it. You have not read it. Here we're saying now we've got safer space. It's a document. We have done it. We have done the present. You are not reading it. Read that one. We can't cancel us. We can't cancel us being here, be fooled to come and just tick the boxes. We are not here to tick boxes. We want action. We've presented, we became academic. And let me tell you, there are 3 things that can change this world. One, you can change through superior logic, try to come with these books, and try to be smart. And then if you don't win, your option is money, which we don't have. Even the city doesn't have, is bankrupt. So we don't have money. The last option we have is to fight. And we are left with that option. As vulnerable people, we are left with that option. We are not here to campaign. We are not affiliated, captured by any political party. We'll work with anybody. We have worked with Celia Brink. We have worked with the current mayor. We are here. We are available any day. So there's no way we'll put it in a nicer way. Because we have tried. All these documents were presented, including this chairperson of Section 79. We presented to her. We presented to all the MMCs. What else do we have to do?
Sorry, Ndate Maiman. We fully understand where you're coming from. We understand your anger. Let me put it.
But it's not an anger. You said you want civil organization to come and speak. So they are speaking their frustration. As a chairperson of the forum, we are speaking our frustration. So you must go and tell, said, no, the NPOs, they are frustrated. If I come here and I speak smart, and then you think, no, we will resolve our issues. There's no way. You must tell that we don't want to be popular here.
Ndate Maiman, we are here to find a way of solving whatsoever problems that we have. But let's not hear noise. Let's hear exactly what
Okay.
we want us to get to.
Those-
I fully understand you. We are also frustrated as councillors, believe me. We are, because we've got people that are knocking at our doors all the time because they need some solutions. So we are here for solutions. Let's find on whatsoever that, I understand that you're saying council, mayor so and so, mayor so and so, mayor so and so. But now here we are. How do we get to a solution? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those who are social workers that will know that when you treat a wound that you cannot see is very difficult than the wound that you can treat. Surely because mine you cannot see, you will not ever understand it. But the social workers maybe will understand because they see where I come from, why my frustration is as it is now. Because I'm not representing myself, I'm representing the community that is very vulnerable, that's that at the cold. When Metropolis come and take their staff, the corridor director tells that what G20 does. The G20, they come with bobcat, that they come and take the pillars on things of the vulnerable. And I must come here and be apologetic. I cannot. It's very frustrating because the same Gauteng government, they are funding us to say, go and give these people blankets. The city comes and take the very same blankets. The same organization say that let's make sure that we put our vulnerable community to be job readiness. We do IDs for them. Metropolis comes and face them. Exactly the same thing. So we are reinventing the wheel. And we are not talking about people who don't understand the situation. These are our brothers and sisters that are on the street. It's not foreign nationals only. It's our own people, our brothers. The capacity of the money, when the city prides itself about funded budget, chairperson, they say, what's up? What's up? I say those who know power, they know where they took money. COSAP, you must understand where it comes from. COSAP is a funded project, and there's no way a person who's homeless, his coping mechanism is drugs. So you go and fund the issue who are working with drugs, but you don't want to fund this one who's homeless. Because the coping mechanism of a person who's using drugs is we clap hands, fund that budget. For who? Because it's not accommodating homeless people. The same drug addicts are homeless people. But homeless people, here is DD, Maluleke, we always fight with him. The only thing that actually we must pride the city of is the food bank. DH, after what I've said, please don't remove us from the food bank. We still survive with that. Sometimes this money delays, so that food bank works very well for us. Please, we are not fighting with you. We are just raising the concern of those who come to this council chamber. That's why you always have public gallery. We don't ever say that side. That's why I said councillors must raise hands. They must make sure that they use their power. Thank you very much. Amanda!
Raleboga, thank you very much, Ntate Moiman. To be quite frank, I was lost along the way. Or you are already giving solutions, or you are giving us the challenges, because the presentations was about the challenges that we are faced with, but it's okay. So now we are pressed with time already. We are getting into, I don't know whether we should just take 5 minutes or are we fine?
We are fine, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So whosoever that wants to get to the law will just simply go and, so that we move. Into the stakeholder discussion session, and which is going to be come again? Oh, is it? Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. It looks like I missed another one. More youth for survival. After youth for survival. Still youth for survival. Youth for that my man. Yes. Okay. Let's bring forth the youth for survival. So meaning you agree with me that we're getting into stakeholder. No, Baba.
Appetite is there.
No,
I
Baba.
didn't say they want to call it. So I said,
Bopupondo, Baba, Bopupondo. We are getting into stakeholder discussion again. Yes, yes. So whereby we're going to have open dialogue and then re bulilisane mole le mole re khone go find each other, come up with solutions more than anything else, because really coming here, us here to come and fight, to come and it's not going to assist the homeless person down there on the street. We need something that is going to assist the person who's on the street. And yeah, at the end of the day. Okay, thank you very much. Now, we're going to have some questions from the floor. And then we do have councillors that are here that will be taking notes, and the councillors are going to assist us in responding to whatsoever concerns or questions that are going to come up. Not only the councillors, but also even the ones that were presenting, they do have questions or rather answers in some of the questions that are going to come forth. Yes. So if there's any questions that is coming from the floor, let's hear, and then we'll have those. We do have our councillors here that will respond. If not, even the presenters will respond on that, on your questions. Thank you. And that it deploy?
Thank you. If you'll excuse me if I suggest for the sake of the microphone. Is it okay? No, it is on, but if I don't stand up, it's not disrespect for you or the chair. Thank you, man. I might ask something else and make a few comments. In the end, I would like to come with some hints on what can be done going forward out of my experience. But one question, I really appreciate the input of Ms. Remembrance Mokoena. I don't know if she's a doctor or something. You know, people from the university are either doctors or professors. But she's, whatever she's not worried about that. She's concerned about the people.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your input. We really enjoyed it. My question is, you mentioned all the policies, 2011, 2013, I was involved in some of them. I won't go into that. And then the forum and everything. So, and the gentleman who was just now there showed us a lot of papers. I believe some of them are the result of all those policies and documents that came out of it. But the official Tinyuku mentioned that there's another renewal of the policy. Really? Do we need policy or do we need implementation? What is your view on it? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tati Deploy. I don't know whether I should then take it over to Mam Kwena, respond before I take another question. I think it will be better that way. Yes. Is it still to do with Mam Kwena's department? Okay. Over to you, Councillor Cindy.
Thank you. I also want to compliment her. Thank you. That was amazing. I was told by Puti that I'm actually allowed to whistle at you to show my gratitude, but I didn't. Just to say on that, I agree 100% on the fact that we do research. We ask the people that know. But we ask them, but then we put it aside. We should take the research and the people that are working with the active situation on the ground more seriously. We are ignoring them, and we had a discussion about that, myself and one of the members from Ping, that we consistently ask for engagements like this, like you also indicated. We ask for engagements like this. And then it gets to be put on a back burner. So I often wonder what happens to knowledge management, especially in the city, especially in government. The research is done. We have the experience of people on the ground, but we're not implementing it. So it's basically a comment from my side. And from working in the city from 2016, there's so many silos. And especially from what you indicated, both indicated as well now, that group property is taking away stuff now from our people that are delivering services. There isn't building plans. If they don't have building plans, they can effectively not get funding. If they don't have funding, they can't survive because province and national and whoever else will not fund them because of a simple building plan or rezoning. That red tape needs to change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Ma'am Kwena, before maybe you respond, maybe let me throw this one from my side. Oh, I've noted your hand, Councillor Puti, as long as it has got to do with Ma'am Kwena for now. So, Ma'am Kwena, you in your presentation, you mentioned 2019, the COVID period. There was a shocking message there, or information that you mentioned, that there was, what is it? Yeah, there were some good practices during that time that covered about 10 years, things that were done in about 10 days. I'm asking myself that, what is it that was happening during that time that we should carry on with, if it was possible to do whatsoever services that we were rendering in 10 days, something that can be done in 10 years? What is it? Can't we go back and pick up the good things that were done and try to practice them now? Definitely this city can be a different city altogether if that can be done. Thank you, Ma'am. Let me then take Putin and then Councillor and then move to Ma'am. Or there is also Mick. Okay. Ma'am, Councillor Putin, then.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I just wanted us to have a conversation between what really happens on the ground, between the TMPD, policy aside. Policy, let's just assume the policy is there and it's perfect. What happens on the ground between TMPD and DSD versus the city's social development? How does the TMPD deal with vagrants versus people that are genuinely at a park waiting for a job response? Because there seems, when the TMPD enter the frail, there is no real distinction, because now we are dealing with people that are complaining about vagrants at their parks versus people that are in transit, or that word. How do we have a casual conversation, not from a legal perspective, but how do we deal with it? Approach nyana, best practices. If I don't want to go into a shelter because my mental health is worse in that situation versus if I'm a drug user, good practices that we can take away. And then when I get to my portfolio in petitions, for instance, I can implement these good practices when there's a petition about vagrants. I can implement it when I'm invited to the Tandanani the Tandanani drop-in center in Mamelodi. I can make better inputs on how we put together the NGO responsible for a situation, and how does the police, or in our City of Tshwane case, the TMPD, and how do we then call on province? Just like a simple conversation, and not high level, Tiniko, not high level, we presenting, but just the the way we speak on a WhatsApp, or when we are talking on a group forum. How do we get, when I'm in my community, when community safety groups, how do I talk about vagrants versus homelessness, versus drug use, versus mental illness? Thank you very much.
Ma'am Gwen, angas noma, you want to take all the questions that are directed to you, and then before, membranes. Yes, as membranes. So I don't know whether you want to take all the questions and before, can I still take? Akisu shiftile ning mo kuyako. Nagi usupa mo. Okay, Nikki, and then it will come to House members for response. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Chair. My question goes to our Department of Community and Social Development. So, first of all...
Just a second, Mickey.
Yes.
Your question is for our department.
Yes.
All right, hold it there. I'll come back to you. Let's rather give it to House members to respond on the questions that were directed to her before we can come to yours, which is to the department. Thank you.
Thank you, and apologies that I slept down. I am not used to be up on the top. I'm used to be amongst the people. So it's very good that you mentioned the issue around vagrants versus homelessness. And this is one of the issues. I just want to start there at the end. Vagrants, if we can look at the term alone, it's someone who's wandering around. They don't know what they're doing. They're just idling. Homelessness, as I've mentioned, or as we've mentioned, there are reasons to being homeless. You don't choose to be homeless in many instances. So if you're going to deal with vagrants, if there are grounds for criminality, if there's a ground for a charge for the police or TMPD to remove that person. So whether it's a homeless person or the so-called vagrant, you engage. If you don't want to engage, you just arrest, just be ready for any litigations. Because if the person is not a vagrant and it's homeless and there is no element of criminality for them to be at the park or on the street, then you have wrongfully arrested. So let me just pause there. Going back to the first question around the policy review, we are finding it very difficult that even some of our NPOs seem not to be fully aware of the policy, of the Tshwane homelessness policy and strategy. And this is a problem on its own, that we cannot be now looking at another policy. We need to look at the 2019 policy that have been adopted then. Where are we? What have we achieved? Before we can look at reviewing it, we need to do monitoring and evaluation of that policy. We need to come back to the civil society, we need to come back to the homeless community and say, this is what we have achieved, because there are clear strategies indicated in the policy. So we cannot say we are reviewing and coming up with another policy when we cannot account for what we have agreed upon. So I share with you your concern why, if we cannot show fully what we have done with that policy. Knowledge management. I think it's upon everyone, all of us. We cannot show or point fingers. We need to all take responsibility. Mr. Muiman has showed a whole lot of books and reports that we have many more apart from that. Hence, I said in my presentation, we know we have information. We need the political willingness. We need civil society also to collaborate and work together. We need the policy implementers, DSD, to use this information. Let's not just come up with new interventions that are not evidence-informed. We have information, more than enough, but what is happening is the implementation that is not happening, the political willingness that is not happening. We cannot hide behind the issues of there are no budgets. There are budgets to do what we want to do at a particular time, but then we do things in isolation, and we don't come together to look at what should be able to drive all of us together. And I think, the 10 days, it was the whole issue. I think the Tshwane Homelessness Forum can respond to this one, but from the university, what we saw is the collaboration and the willingness. Now, like Mr. Muiman has indicated, NPOs are focused and worried about their funding. And when we have to collaborate and sit together around the table, everyone is busy, worried about, I don't have an SLA, I need to do 1, 2, 3, 4, DSD 1, 2, 3, 4. Therefore, we are doing things in isolation. But during COVID, there was a sense of coming together and understanding that we have one common need, goal, all of us. And that is what we are advocating for today, to say, we don't need to create other vehicles, other institutional vehicles and all that. We already have. We are here. Let us utilize and collaborate and work more effectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma. Do we have any other input on the presentation done by Ma Mokoena? You can continue, Councillor.
I'm saying I just want to clone her. I want more of her, more people like her.
She's here, she can witness what you are saying. Thank you. Councillors, do we have any other councillors on my right side? On the presentation done by Mamukwena. Is it Mamukwena? Oh, okay. Yeah. You are noted, Councillor.
Comment, Chairperson. It's just a general comment pertaining to homelessness. I thank you very much for the opportunity. I think South Africa is known for talking and not acting. And I think if we go back in time, you will find that there was a point in time where this country was all about workshops, and all those workshops actually rendered nothing. So the issue of homelessness, it's something that we need to think very, very deeply about. We see it every day. Many of us live next to homelessness, not homeless people. Do we really understand the pain that these people are going through? Do we really accept, or are we just here to talk? Well, we need to start acting. We need to start taking action in terms of how we are going to get this thing going. Our country also, we do know that we do have people that come from outside who have added onto our problems in this country. Now, how do we deal with those? Do we have the stats in terms of how many people are coming from outside contributing to the problems that we have in our country? It is imperative and very important that we we actually understand and know and take note of these stats so that we are able to engage in a manner that is productive and progressive. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. It was that just a remark, or do you have any other?
It was just a remark. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you have any other input from the floor?
Yes, some hands. Maybe.
You are noted, Ma. And you are noted. I can only see two hands.
Councillor Mickey, have you spoken?
No, but are we
Not-
aren't we still on
Not yet.
questions
Oh,
for
I'm
her?
sorry. Okay.
We are
You
still,
will be part of those. Yeah.
thank you. You can continue.
Thank you. My name is Nombulelo Bolindandani. I work with Umam Remembrance. One of the questions that I hear from Umam Puti was saying, let's engage, let's talk about involving TMPDs and SAPs. I think it was Monday, Remy, you remind me, we went to another community, Hercules, and we're invited by SAPs. And the captain was saying, can you please come to the community and empower us in terms when it comes to homelessness? And the colonel asked me the question, do I have a right to arrest somebody that is on the street? And my answer was to her, on what charges? Because the police, the CMF on the street, they victimize the homeless. They arrest them. I'm an outreach person, I'm always on the ground. There was people that were staying in Beggars Park. At that time, I was working for TLF. We're engaging with the people. They were cleaning. We have a communication with them as people. That was the community that was staying there. And then they'll just come on one day, take everything they have. As like some was speaking, we journey with them. They have IDs. Now they just grab everything. And that, what I'm trying to say here, the stakeholders that's supposed to be part of this communication, they are not here. And they are needed here because they are the one who victimize them, criminalize them, and saying that they are criminals, but just because they don't have a roof in their heads. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sisi. Yeah, you're coming back to what I said, that there are a lot of stakeholders or departments that are not here that are supposed to, even the homeless people, for that matter, really they are the ones that the next time will do that, they become part of us so that we hear their frustrations as well. There's some hands beside, okay, but yes.
Good morning. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Katleo. The surname is Ngaphe. Let me just say all protocol observed and thank all the presenters that came to present to us. I think mine, it will be a comment, and I think I can concur with the chairperson of the forum in terms of how he was presenting and representing the NGOs that we are here for. Homeless people have been saying, they don't talk about us without us. And every time, it's a saying from 2012. When you have been in this work for such a long time, it's a challenge. And I think one of the speakers said before we started, we're actually engaging in terms of what Mr. Mimane presented in terms of so many documents that are written about homelessness. But there's always, you see, when political deployees come, they come and go. It is where the problem is. I mean, we are here again. I've been doing this work for 15 years and not visiting. I've been since. This for me, it's a calling, except that I'm also representing the pastors fraternal. It's a challenge that We always sit here with different faces. They promise, politicians sometimes can't trust them. They tell you what you want to hear, but they do what they want. And I'm sitting and I'm asking, my goodness, how long I've been sitting here? Yesterday I got a call. There's a homeless person who died, and our Bob decided to just take that homeless person. And now they were calling, and because we facilitate stuff like that, so I buried a lot of homeless people that were not known. And they were like, where must I take this person? I'm like, I don't know. So for us, it's so close. It's not just a bedroom talk, but it's something that touches us to the core. But I wanted to say, we have experienced, the problem is that the people that make decisions, they don't understand what they're dealing with. And they do a disaster of what they shift a problem. I mean, we have issues, the people that are now fencing the parks because they have money, they want to do gated community, there's that lifestyle, what. They normally call us and say, we want to move these homeless people because when they come closer to us, our property, I don't see even property owners here, forum, whatever, because they are also part of this problem. But what I wanted to say is, I mean, homelessness that I've worked with for the 15 years, I've seen 15 types of homeless people, 15 types, and you don't approach them similarly. When I talk about, I can't take you through the different types of homelessness that I'm talking about. We have chronic homelessness, we have episodic homelessness, there are 15 types. So if the department makes a decision to say we're going to do outreach and then we're going to do, because they are treated as homeless, all of them, and migrant laborers as well, and I'm glad that we're one of the NGOs that were chosen in terms of the mobile, I want to call it right because it's not called right in terms of, it's not a center. It can't be a mobile dropping center. It's a mobile outreach tool because it does not comply with the Gauteng guideline in terms of what should a dropping center be looking like. Because it's a copy and paste of what Gauteng did, Cape Town. Cape Town is using it as a dropping center. In Tshwane, as one of the NGOs, we need to correct the narrative because if you were to call it a dropping center, while it's operating in the park, it's like we're perpetuating dependency or we are allowing homeless people to remain at the park. Our work is to create pathways out of homelessness, not to serve them there to create a drop-in center at the park, but to filter them into our shelters. So I just wanted to just make that comment because we are running this pilot project, and I wanted to say the director is new. Please, Director, this program of the mobile unit, it's a pilot project. And I would like to say when SLAs are done and discussions are done, let it be treated like a pilot project, not a program that has always existed. Because we are piloting it so that it can roll out into 7 regions. It's a pilot that works well for the people who are, we call migrant laborers, those that are your trolley pushers, those that are staying in Hammanskraal, they cannot afford a transport going back and forth, but they are working as security guards. They are able to use that and go back to work. It assists in terms of that. So when you understand what you are dealing with, you'll be able to come up with a best solution. So mine, it's a comment, but I wanted to say as well, I want to comment Didi Tinyiko Maluleke. He has been with us here since forever. And I know the political, I won't say the political will, but the missionary heart that he has in this program. He has been there and we have been giving him headaches. He's the one that faces our bullets more often because now he's the only one that comes closer to us with this program. I'm not saying this to buy his face, but I was speaking to him when he was on leave and I was like, it's like us pastors, we don't go on leave. Jesus never went on leave. He's always there to respond to such issues. But I'm glad we are having this, and I don't want to see us having this again while there's no implementation. This is boring. And there are churches that are not even called here that responded during COVID, and they gave in their money, their accommodation for them to be part of what is happening now. But when this call is happening, they are nowhere to be found. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm happy to hear that you acknowledge or notice other officials that have been in this department for the longest time ever. I like it that way because as much as the politicians are coming in and out, because remember, I think Tante Maimane said it, that politicians, sometimes it's not it does not take the time that you would love to. Anytime you are taken out of any position. But the officials, most of the time, they are there, would also request that they know the programs that, like we're saying, that we are here to fix things. So if we do what is it? They mean it, whatsoever that we are talking about here. If there's somebody else that is coming in, somebody else has moved out, they must say that, no, Mr. Mayor, we understand, or Miss MMC, or whosoever, we were busy working on this program with the previous MMC or whosoever. So let's carry on with this. I'll just request that at least they must make sure that we don't throw what we have discussed. Thank you. I've noted your hand, Cindy, but am I not missing somebody? Are you covered? Is it a follow-up, Cindy, on what has been said here before I go to Councillor Meke? Okay.
I want to confirm what you have been saying and also the previous speaker have been saying. It gets back to knowledge management, especially in the city. And Alderman Deploy also said something very true next to me. There needs to be a firm differentiation between the administration and political. Administration should keep on going, always. And the data relating to administration should always be available. It shouldn't depend on what political party or what political person is involved or in charge. It should always be the same. If there's no consistency, we cannot serve people on the ground. That's the point blank of it. We cannot help people if it jumps from the one person to the next. Institutional knowledge is extremely important. Thank you.
I cannot agree with you more. Councillor Meke?
Okay, so my question goes to the city. The city struggles with getting homeless off the streets and into shelters. But the city also, with the bylaws on building plans and rezoning, closed down shelters.
Exactly.
In South Africa, we've got a constitutional right to dignity, to safety, to security. What the city is currently doing, it is going against the constitutional right of individuals. We as leaders are supposed to lead. We are supposed to show we are there for everyone. Doesn't matter if you sleep under a tree. You have a life. You are human. Personally, I feel time for policies should be over. It's time for implementation. Thank you. So just a question I wanted to ask is the city prepared to help NGOs, NPOs and shelters with bylaws regarding to rezoning, building plans? And why isn't there a policy already in place to get shelters, NPOs and NPCs in the indigenous program? It should already be there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if this one will be directed to the province or our department. Make it.
Sorry, Tabi. This one goes to the city of Tshwane as well as the province.
Anyone prepared to take it?
I'm still trying to learn about the technology. Thank you for the question. I think that's, for the province, that's also the struggle that we have. Because we don't have bylaws. And unfortunately, we have to implement what is in the regulations and in law. which then says, I think I want to just align myself with, is Councillor who, the lady?
Councillor Cindy.
Councillor Cindy, what she said, that certain things have to change. If the laws and the regulations are not amended, unfortunately, we can't bypass them. So when it comes to issues of compliance, we have to work and operate according to those laws. I think we would have noted if we were to remind ourselves of the life many crises and all those things that happened because people took people to places that are not compliant, and it became a big crisis. We don't want to find ourselves in those spaces. So when it comes to us, one of the things that we always really advance is that an NPO has a responsibility to have all the compliance documents before they apply to social development. And what will then be important is, if those compliance documents are not there, how then do we then also assist them to refer them to the different departments in the COT that are issuing those documents? Because we also don't, develop the rules and regulations in the COT. We don't develop the fees. We don't develop all those things that NPOs are required to pay as and when they apply for compliance documents. So I'm going to say we as the province, we accept organizations that are compliant, and we will work and register them and fund them as long as they are going to make sure, as you made a reflection on the issues of safety, as long as they are going to make sure that the beneficiaries in their care are safe, and we can confirm based on those documents that they are submitting to us. So on the issues of the implementation of bylaws, the issues of the fees, I think the city from social development they can talk to, because we were also called in one session by COCTA raising the same issues on behalf of the NPOs. I'm not sure if there's any progress, because there were discussions that they are going to look at a specific policy that will address the NPOs. I'm not sure, Mr. Maluleke and Rosemary, if there's something, because I don't see DH there, but there is something that the city had indicated that they will look into and see how best then do they assist NPOs. But from our side, we are just ready to receive the documents as they are brought to us, being compliant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can see these two hands, but I just wanted to ask something here. There are some NPOs that are very passionate, that have got this calling about what they are doing. They are not doing it for the sake of a food parcel or something, or they are passionate. But in terms of complying, you find that there's just a little bit of something that they can't. But most of the time you find that the rezoning is one of the things that they can't. Maybe in your response, I'm still going to take the two hands, in your response to maybe highlight as to how can these people be assisted. Because if we can come up with something like that, I think at least we're going to say we have done something. If we look at the list of things that we want to do going forward. Let me take the hands. Whose hand was first? So yes, in that order, Cindy and Mickey.
Thank you, Councillor Vilakazi. There's also a hand on your right-hand side, please note. Yeah, so it's not just 2, it's 4. Thank you. I would like to say a few things, but first reply directly to what was just mentioned about it's a long struggle. In the 9 years that I've been here, we had the struggle between human rights and legality and legal and bylaws or whatever, and the application of that. I think that can only be solved by dialogue. So I would like to suggest, and I've got a few recommendations I would like to make. going forward. Let's not just talk about the past and complain and make. Let's come with solutions, and I would like to suggest a few. But as far as dialogue is concerned, I think between ourselves, because our committee now, we are now responsible going forward from here to do something about what we've heard. And I think one thing is to solve, or not solve, because it's so difficult, it's not been solved till now, but to facilitate at least that we get to solutions for the challenges that we hear about. The one about dialogue, I think it's important that there will be dialogue between our committee, the oversight committee, and whoever we involved with the chief of police with regards to TMPD, but also with economic development or whoever when it comes to these requirements, and maybe the health department also when it comes to the legalities and when there's problems with standards and bylaws. But can I please allow me just to say a few things, and then I'll come to the real, and I'll put it in writing and give it to the chair. Somebody said, when we talk about homelessness, it can be me, it can be you. I think all of us here need to do some introspection. Are we really, in the bottom of our hearts, concerned about the homeless person there? I was shocked. In 2016, I went to a meeting at the province, social development meeting, and when in the elevator somebody said, "Oh, those vagrants at the street corner, they irritate me." And I realized it's somebody really in the core of business of social development. So vagrants, let's get rid of them, bring in the police. I didn't see a heart that really cares for these people. So I think we must make sure that we are serious. And then in that spirit, go and do our work, whatever it is, as politicians or as officials. The second thing is, Chair, somebody already mentioned, don't talk about us without us. There's no homeless people here. The Chair, in her opening remarks, mentioned they find themselves excluded, but they're not here today. So please, let us look at that going forward. I would really like to say I appreciate what the Unit for Street Homelessness of the university has been doing and is still doing. If anybody said, and I don't know if they mentioned, that we are seen as the leaders in South Africa in dealing with homelessness, and we have all these challenges, and if us with this not so perfect situation are seen as the leaders, then I don't want to hear what's happening in other cities. I don't think we're really the leaders, but we try, really, and this unit is doing what they can. About housing, I think the homeless, those who are still around, remember COVID as heaven, the day when heaven came down to Pretoria. The 10 days, it was heaven on earth. There were things, there were food, there were medical care. And then, at some stage, it was gone. Maybe we must go and sit down. What made it happen at the time? We don't want to bring in COVID anymore, or again, to make sure that happens, or cholera or whatever amongst the homeless. But something worked then. I was amazed that it happened. I was also isolated from COVID, but it happened. It was done. I think Gauteng departments work together and so on. So going forward, this is not only something for politicians. Politicians are blamed for, you didn't do this, you didn't do that. Politicians come and go, and I can tell you they're not angels. Really, I myself am one for many years. But politicians, don't rely on them. politicians has got sometimes, not all, there are some politicians that really care, that's working with a heart towards homeless people. But some are there for themselves, for their own careers, and for whatever reasons. So let's not rely on politicians, and politicians come and go. You can have the best, even coalition, if the officials in any city, in any department, is not taking the baton and run, is not implementing what was decided in that homelessness policy in 2030. I don't even think our politicians who started in 2021 took note of the homelessness policy of 2030. But it's relevant. But the officials know about it. Please, we are looking at them. We even pay them for dedication. So we don't want a new policy. It's a waste of time, it's a waste of money, because somebody will be paid for it. It will only prolong homelessness. Let's go and do. Let's just do. Let's follow the Nike recipe of just do it. The second thing, I think there need to be cooperation, Madam Chair, between social development and the health department. I think there's a lack of close cooperation. It used to be the moment I stepped in 2016, I was the MMC for health and social development, and then it split. This was very unfortunate. So we're in silos. I think it's so important. Somebody mentioned mobile clinics to the homeless. I tried it when I was there. My department didn't make it work. And I also like the mobile drop-in center. I heard what Katleo was saying. Mobile outreach tool. Let's go to the people where they are, where they're working, where the recycling sites are. Let's go there, provide them with services, like in a drop-in center. I love the idea of a drop-in center. And drop-in centers can be created and facilitated. Somebody mentioned we need private engagement, we need business involvement. Churches can be involved. I wonder how many drop-in centers there are at church buildings. I think they should have a heart for homeless people, and what's happening in drop-in centers is really creating wonders. There are people that I know of, let's say in those days when I was in that business, that came to drop-in centers, and that facilitate weekly engagement at the drop-in centers. That assists them to realize, wow, there is another world than being there under the bridge. And now I'm referring to drug users as well. Now, I think it's important that we don't say homeless people are drug users. This is wrong. It's not so. There's often this idea. But there's often they are in the same place, and they need our attention. So I would like to ask and plead for health. Let's have a discussion with the health department and ensure and facilitate close cooperation between health and social development. And then I only want to say something more about shelters. Struben 2, we all know Struben 2, it's now going to be vacated. If a shelter is not properly managed, it's not going to work. There were people, I believe, until today, that are staying in Struben 2 and other shelters that are not homeless. It's for their convenience, and a shelter is not there as a business opportunity to enrich one or two people. In Struben, there's been one or two people who is renting a bed per night during the week for homeless people. No, not for homeless, for people working in the city who come from far, and they sleep there. And that's what happened for a long time. So there should be proper management of each shelter. I mentioned let's facilitate dialogue. And then lastly, I think what should happen is all these things that were mentioned, especially the application of the existing or the 2019 homeless policy, we need an active dedicated Section 79 Oversight Committee under the leadership of our chair. Nobody else is going to do it. Not a department, nobody. This is where we as politicians come in. Let us tackle this, what we've learned, what we've heard here, and do what we can with what we have. Thank you, Chair. Thank
you very much, Councillor. Let me, before I get to you, Councillor Cindy, let me give Councillor Ntate Moimane a chance here.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm calm now. I'm very calm. And the reason why I'm calm is that we've got common understanding. And the feeling I'm getting is that there's a will. But that will must not just be a will, it must be a will that's got an action. And the university has created an institutional memory. That's why I could tell the books and the research that we have done, because as a forum we've participated in that, as NPO we have participated. So the question is that because of politicians, they come and go. If chairperson of Section 79 can allow the pathways, which is actually institute about the key stakeholders, including the university, the province, just to come and present it to Section 79 and share these institutional memories that we have, so that when you implement based on the good practices that's already been done. I'm saying that the research of COVID, we have it. The city has done it, we have done it with the city. We know how it worked. So these 10 days that the university is talking about, we have seen it because there was a good partnership. So if we can resuscitate, because of the city's members of the same pathways committee, if we can implement that, we'll be able to see a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Now Cindy, and then I would make it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm laughing here because I'm stealing Alderman Saki's notes here next to me, because he said a lot of stuff that I also want to say. I just want to get back to province. Thank you for the comments made. But I want to understand, as a councillor and a ward councillor and in oversight that I'm doing, what is your responsibility on oversight on the municipality? That I would like to understand. If we have institutions like NGOs and NPOs that have applied for numerous occasions to get building plans, to have the health department come out, to have rezoning done, and the city is not responding after 3 years, whose responsibility, if I as the ward councillor or I direct it to counterparts on provincial and national level, is the responsibility not then with province to say to that municipality that you are a problem in the system and that you are effectively not assisting the person on the ground? And I'm saying specifically this because I'm aware currently of 2 activities that came across my desk. The one is a children's home in Bronkhorstspruit, and the other one is a facility for rehabilitation that is in Pretoria West. And the same is experienced by homeless institutions, where they are struggling to get the documentation from the city. So I would like to understand what the oversight from province is to ensure that municipalities adhere to the legislation on national level in terms of the constitution. That's the one part I would really like to understand. For the city, I've heard Alderman Saki saying that we need to have the health department here, but we also need housing here. We also need corporate and shared services here, because it's clear to me that they don't talk to each other, or it appears to me that they're not talking to each other. What corporate shared services are currently doing by putting every property of the city out on lease, and it can be effectively go out on tender to anyone, puts every organization that's providing a service on the ground into big trouble, because they cannot compete effectively against the person that's got a bigger purse. They can't. It's not a healthy situation at the moment. If we have situations where we have a health department after, and it takes 3 years, guys, I understand that's province frustration as well, but currently it takes 3 years for the city to approve a zoning application. And the city do have a policy in place where, specifically with ECD centres, that's mostly run actually by homeless organisations that provide a safe space for children while the moms and dad goes and works. They cannot get certificates because of that rezoning application. And there is a backload in that department since 2021 of over 400 that I'm aware of. That cannot be on. And I would really like to understand where, because this was taken away from social development and is now with education, how the province is dealing with that specifically. It cannot be that the city is withholding the possibility of keeping children safe in that regard. That it cannot be on. Then, in terms of the housing situation, I love the idea. Yes, Katlego, you speak the language of my heart. Thank you. But we need to also there is so many people that live so far out. People coming from Hammanskraal to the city, just being here to work, not having enough money to go back. So having a housing sphere in place that can accommodate social housing. I'm not hearing us talk about social housing. I'm hearing us talk about transition, and we don't even talk about transitional housing, where transitional housing should be in place to assist the person that is homeless, to train them to be accommodated. And DSD did touch on that, thank you very much, did touch on social housing, where we do train people and put them through a space where they can then go and work. But 6 months, guys, and I'm saying this because I worked on the ground. 6 months is too short to accommodate someone. It needs to be at least 2 years. How do you change a person's life that's been on the street for 5 to 10 years to 15 years around in 6 months? It needs to be longer, and it needs to be in a situation where we can, and I want to say it this way, where we can baby these people. They're not used to going back to the workforce. So they need a helping hand. They need a securing guide. So the 6 months is just not sufficient. And the funding going towards that is just not sufficient. And I think I need to stop there because I've stopped. I was listening to Alderman Saki, and he covered a lot what I'm saying. But I do want to ask Province, I hear what you're saying. I hear you, and you say that it cannot, the compliance needs to take place. I'm 100% with you. I agree with you. But please, what is your responsibility to ensure that the different cities, the metros, are effectively adhering to national and provincial legislation? Because they're not. Thank you.
Am I correct to say Mickey's hand is the last one? There's another one. Oh, okay. Am I correct to say your hand is the last one? Yes, I am. Okay. Mickey, and then it should be your hand. Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to tell you a quick story. Before I became a ward councillor, I worked in a homeless shelter called House of Peace. It was located in Pretoria North. For 10 years, it ran smoothly until the city came out and closed down that shelter that was serving 100 people because of bylaws, because they were not correctly rezoned, because House of Peace was an inconvenience to a neighbor, because he doesn't want his property value to go down. Now, I have to ask this. Where have we gone as a society that money trumps human life? Have you ever, and I'm not talking to you personally, but have you ever, let me just see, who's social workers here? These people can tell you, if you look into someone's eyes and tell them, we do not have a shelter for you. Yeah. If you tell a mother, there is no home you and your son or your daughter can go to, you do not feel that pain that rushes through your heart to think of how that person is feeling, how scared they are, or going on the street, living in somewhere, fearing for their life. Will I be raped? Will I be killed? Bylaws are a municipality law. The Constitution, a human right is part of the Constitution. The Constitution is the supreme law of South Africa. Can't you, the government, City of Tshwane, province, City of Tshwane, come to a memorandum of understanding with these shelters and say, listen, we are giving you 3 years where we will assist you in getting getting building plans, getting rezoning, but it's not being done. It is easy to say, it is not my problem. Unless you look in a child's or a mother's eyes and say, unfortunately, there is no shelter for you to go tonight. We should stop saying it is not our problem, because it is our problem. We are the leaders of this province, we are the leaders of this metro, and we are the leaders of this country. It should be our problem. All human life should be our problem. We can't just say, no, but that's the law, unfortunately, that is that. There must be a way where we say, no, life matters more than money. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Oh, sorry. Oh, you wanted to respond first?
You can proceed
and then, oh.
You can take the last name and then you can respond to all.
Okay. Over.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm a social worker, responsible for Region 7. I'm listening to all the comments and inputs from colleagues, and I must say I would be doing a disservice if I don't indicate that, you know, on Sunday, actually, we have an operation, this coming Sunday, we have an operation in Region 7. The city is busy with the CBD revitalization program. And we know that most CBDs are occupied by the homeless community. And the expectation is that they get removed to where? I cannot answer that right now. The previous speakers have indicated that there's people that do not know any other life outside where they are. And an abrupt removal or no communication or implementation plan does disrupt their livelihoods. And there's been a lot of comments on the plans, particularly from the city and maybe the province. When we do our operations, what alternatives are we giving them? If I go on Sunday as social development to engage them, and we've partnered with the University of Pretoria and the NPOs in the region, we've done our assessments, we know what needs to be done from us. But it's not a social development issue only. There's economic activities that they are busy with there in CBD. It's their livelihood. Yes, we want our spaces to be safe for everyone. But what are the alternatives that we're giving to them? And this also goes back to my notes here.
as long as we do not understand the concept of homelessness, as long as we don't have these national policies, which can also help us to have a standard definition of what homelessness is, that can help us categorize homelessness and how we respond to each category. And as long as we in the city do not have, I'll say funding, for example, we do not have, we don't have funding leverage. So therefore we also have sort of limited authority to enforce some of the standards that we wish for our homeless communities. And it goes back to the oversight mechanisms as well. They become weak, as well as our accountability, because nobody says, we can always sit. I've heard how many times we've sat in different spaces, but it's the same conversations. Because there's no board, there's no specific body, or whether it's a steering committee or it's, the homeless forum is there, but also, the willpower is lacking, the intergovernmental collaboration is working. Even internally, we have a huge disconnect. We do not have implementation plans, so we definitely have a long way to go. And just the understanding towards homelessness, we social workers, for us, when we function, we push advocacy. We do things with a human rights lens. So if somebody from land evasion comes and forcefully or without dignity takes away somebody's belongings, takes them God knows where. So internally as well, amongst ourselves, we need to educate, we need to collaborate, we need to integrate, develop our bylaws also need to be rights-based approach. So that we approach this, I don't want to call it a monster, but this concept of homelessness, because it is a global issue and it affects all of us. Basic things like regulating our public spaces, where there's homeless communities out there. How do we deal with them when we approach them? The dignity part of it. So I'm just saying, colleagues, we have a long way to go. Referencing what Councillor Duploy also mentioned about redoing policies. Sometimes these formalities do hold us back. And we, at the end of the day, we're just regurgitating information in and out, sitting in spaces, but lacking willpower, lacking plans. So we need to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Then can I?
Yeah, thank you very much for the comments and questions. I think on the issue of this one. Oh, maybe I'm not close. Yeah. Let me move closer. It's fine now. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I think I would just want to first address the issue of it's not my problem. I will not want to be misquoted in this forum that it's recorded that Department of Social Development said homelessness is not our problem. It's not what I said. So different spheres of government have different responsibilities. It's not expected of social development to make NPOs compliant. But we go an extra mile because we also worried about the communities and the beneficiaries that needs to access those services of our stakeholders. One, what we have done, I think it will also then respond to the issue of oversight, because from the Department of Social Development, as much as it's called the province in this platform, we don't do oversight on the municipality per se. But what we do, where there are challenges that are persistent, not even long ago, we have made a collation of all NPOs that are having challenges and having non-compliant documents, and they are not having access to those documents, where we even had to indicate how long they've applied for that and how long they've been waiting for those certificates to come through. And that information was submitted to the different municipalities for intervention. And I want to also really emphasize the fact that where there are challenges, we will always escalate to the right offices. And there's not much that we can do, because bylaws are the responsibility of the city and each municipality. So if maybe there is any response from my counterparts from social development on what they are doing to try and relax the bylaws, I think there was a presentation, I'm not sure if it was Remembrance who was saying it's people who are dealing with our vulnerable groups. I think it's Mr. Malulek. They are dealing with our vulnerable groups, but yet we still expect them to pay the city. So that response will come really from the city, and I think we've acknowledged that there are people who are supposed to be here to give us answers on what needs to be done, but they are not here. So from our side, we can talk to the issues of how best do we do our own site in the NPOs that we know they are registered, they are unregistered, and what are the programs that we have to support those NPOs that are not registered to get to a registration space. But even if you can take people through trainings year in, year out, and they don't have documentation, you can't move them to the next level. So I like what the later speaker just indicated, that there is a need for us to have an internal dialogue, because where we are going to sit in platform like this and there will be fingers that are going to be pointed to people who might not even have answers because they are not responsible for such things, it will then become a dialogue that doesn't take us anywhere. So it's important to bring everybody and all the stakeholders that are responsible to deal with this issue. The issue of health certificates and rezoning and all that, because I think, Chairperson, you've asked if there are rezoning matters. My understanding is that if you are not rezoned, your business, your building plans will be affected. You will not have a health certificate. You will not be issued with a fire certificate. The rezoning affects everything, and it's not social development province rule, but it's the bylaws in the city that says you need to have this as the first, this as the second, this as the third, this as the fourth. So it's quite important that we need to bring all the stakeholders and say, we are talking about people that are dealing with vulnerable people. Why are we still making them to pay? Not even the electricity, not even the rates, but just an application fee to get a certain certificate. It's a cost to the NPOs. When we went to that meeting that was called, I think it was either COPTA or SALGA, where they were asking the municipality this specific question: why are we making these people to pay? Because it's hard on them. Even the funding is no longer as big as it was before. They would have donors. They will be able to raise funds and all that. But it's no longer the same. They are only relying on social development funding, and it's not enough for them to do all those things. So those things were raised sharply at that meeting, and that's what I'm saying. It's unfortunate that DH is not here, because she was in that meeting, and there was a document that was going to be developed to ensure that NPOs are not affected, and that will then come from the municipality. So I really want us to move with the understanding that we are agreeing that we have a problem, and this problem then affects progress for the NPOs, and it also affects us having access in different platforms at different levels. I will never, open my mouth and say, this is not my problem, so it should not be quoted as such. On the I think the other issues that have been reflected, I think we are noting it's not only for us, but for the entire house that is here, as things that we need to take forward when we engage on our further engagements. And that I think we've noted, Councillor, the issue of 6 months. We agree indeed. I think the 6 months was just done at that time when COVID-19 came, but I think it's time now that we review. Because in 6 months, even some of the skills development, some of the beneficiaries would not have even completed. And even when you go into the shelters, you'll find that there are beneficiaries that are staying longer because they have nowhere else to go. So I think you are correct that the issue of 6 months as part of the review of the strategy will need to really be looked into. Yeah, I think I'll stop there and also acknowledge the rest of the comments that were made as issues that we need to capture for way forward and implementation as a collective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Without any waste of time, I know myself and the chairperson would love to say thank you so very much. Now it's going to be upon us, the politicians and the officials, to make sure that there is a way forward going from here. Ntate Saki, Cindy, what are you saying now? Why? Oh, okay. Ntate Saki is going to say that for us, that they deploy, even if you can say it in Zulu, just 2 sentences. If you're not sure about Zulu, ask Cindy.
If it is going to be in Zulu, I'll keep you busy for quite a while, studying my diaries, etc. Maybe Sotho might be better. Akitibi Antle, Sesotho, Akitibi. So, thank you so much. I think when I started here, I thought it's just another talk shop. I don't think so anymore. I think from what we've heard, from a variety of people, and where's that gentleman there who was, oh, there he is, who was so fiery. I thought, hey, who's this man? But I listened carefully. I like his energy. I think we need that energy. Between him and Katleo, they will lead us in energy. But we need that in ourselves as a department, the officials, and especially from the province, and then, of course, in our own committee. We will follow our chair. Thank you. I'm sure she initiated this. We will follow her, we will support her, and see how we can do what we can do. I think there's a few solutions on the table. We will work on it. And I think the one thing that we've learned is communication. The first one that more than one of us mentioned is communication from the homeless themselves. But then communication amongst us, internally, different departments, and then especially between ourselves, City of Tshwane, and the Gauteng Department of Social Development. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I think it was worth it. Thank you.
I'm frustrated. I think maybe once of water. I tried it when I was children. I remember. And it wasn't very successful because the people that came were we need something that stands.
The loud man. Thank you very much. Now, you can, age is very much important. Can you hear me? I know when the person is, I'm also, when we sit here, there's some people sitting there and shout. So let them shout. Sometimes they're racist, they shout.
unless